Hello everybody, we're live and I'm joined here by RNGStrategist, who we can see twice on screen. We have, oh look at that, you've just disappeared from one of them. Okay, I've only got you once on screen now. We've got the most complicated setup. It's been good fun setting it up, and just for added complexity, we've been doing it live on RNG stream as well. So RNG, today we are going to be talking about mist generators, water devices, things like that. But if we can start off, we'll get you first of all to introduce yourself, and then if you wouldn't mind giving us a fortress tour. We've got loads
For sure. Hello everyone. I am RNGStrategist. I am a Dwarf Fortress primary streamer for the past 6 or so years. I've done other games in the middle of the week, but even when Dwarf Fortress isn't every stream, it's always held a point of honor on my Saturday streams. I used to be in the military for about 6.5 years as a 14 Echo, a Patriot Enhanced Operator Maintainer. I've been a battery trainer, a battalion trainer, I can't remember the term for it right now. The legal assistant to the military justice system.
Oh,
I
wow.
can't remember the name now. I guess it's because I'm live. It's the stress of it all, really. I've done a lot of things from it. Nowadays, I'm kind of half a full-time-ish streamer because I spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to do the things to get it on YouTube and stuff in the background afterwards. So I got a lot of Twitch. We got a lot of viewerships and stuff on the YouTube. Some of you may have bumped into some of my videos that I did prior to the Steam release of Dwarf Fortress called the College of Dwarfology, where I broke down individual topics into like a tutorial but explaining why things were happening. I am still doing that, but in recent times it's been a bit sparse, the videos coming out. And then I believe you said after introduction, we're going into... Oh, did I miss something?
What's your history with Dwarf Fortress? How long have you been playing? How did you get into Dwarf Fortress?
So I've been playing since I was in high school, and I got started... So I have to address that with the slight side thing of, if any of you have seen any of my videos, either on YouTube or Twitch or wherever, at some point during it, you might have seen me complain about something or some mechanic, RPGs, whatever, even some things about Dwarf Fortress. And the thing is, that's because the more obtuse or the more difficult I find something, the more likely I am to, in fact, really be enjoying it. And I want to make that be a known fact about me, because the way I was introduced to Dwarf Fortress was actually, I was at my friend's house. He's known as Shadow Fox. I was at a friend's house and he had Dwarf Fortress on, and I wasn't paying attention. I was setting up my laptop to do some LAN gaming, and he goes, "Oh yeah, can you do me a favor and exit the game?" I went, "Oh yeah, sure." And I went over and I hit like escape. And I don't remember if that version of escape even worked, if you had to hit a different button. And then, you get the menu open and you don't have escape. You have like save, abandon fortress, and continue playing. And I sat there thinking I was in the wrong menu, just flummoxed, trying to figure out how to quit the damn game for at least 5 minutes while he was laughing at me. And then he pointed out that you have to save, and then the saving is quitting. And as stupid as it sounds, the inability for me to figure out how to exit the game is what led to me earnestly and ardently learning and playing the game. As weird a story as that sounds, I could not figure out how to close the game without Alt F4ing, and I figured that would have been a cheap cop-out. So yeah, that is what got me started in Dwarf Fortress. I don't remember the exact year. I do know later I was introduced to the at the time still ongoing boat murdered. So I just know it was before that.
So that's going back some time.
Yep. All right. Now for the fort that I've been doing, there's actually 2 parts to it. Anytime I do a big project, I routinely build a base for the dwarves to live in before I go and use that as a launching pad to go do the main fort.
Yeah.
So there's actually, you'll routinely over here see an old fort in the little mini map. There's nothing over here. This is just the abandoned remnants of the old fort, other than the tombs for the dwarves. Everything else over here is just where I was getting a proto base that they were living in while I was gathering material to build a primary base. In terms of map description, we are in a neutral biome on both axes. We were in the middle of a 4-wide river, and our aquifer starts on level -2, and the aquifer continues in one way or another on level -31.
Wow, that's a deep aquifer.
We've been dealing with aquifers the entire game, and you might notice that the aquifer has hit a cavern.
Yeah.
The first cavern that we bumped into, it's the only one we bumped into so far, so I'm going to presume it is cavern number 1, starts at elevation -12, and the cavern goes all the way down to elevation 80.
Wow.
And that's our first cavern. So we've run into the cavern relatively early, but I wouldn't consider us to be at the cavern level. I've never hit the bottom of this. I've sent down a few tunnels to do exploratory engravings and fortifications on the wall so we could reveal a bit. But while we have access to the cavern and we get alerts from the cavern, we're not actually in the cavern. So that's just the knowledge of what's going on with the map. What I did with this is I decided that for a celebration of the Steam release of the game, I was going to go and do a design that I hadn't properly or successfully since the beginning of my streaming career on Twitch, which is, I called the first one the Floating Gardens of Babylon. And the premise of it is whatever the map is, who cares? Channel down, destroy the map, that's old news. Only humans deal with the terrain as they get it. So I've been digging out the map and then constructing my own castle in the void left over from the map. So all this blue area you're seeing in the middle and everything else, we've just been digging out large swaths of terrain. You can see that this area on -13 is actually like the deepest part of the main hole that is just fully exposed to the sky. One of the first things we had to do, and I'm going to go swiftly over some parts of it because I believe some parts of this are for later in it, like the tutorial for how the mechanics of it all work. Yeah. But the first thing we did is we had to create a system to feed the river back on itself and then drain it off the map so that we could build and dig within where the river was. Then I built a spine across the map to reconnect the river, let water flow back through it. And then I started building a circle off of that first spine and pushing the edges of the river out to create a moat in our giant air gap. So there's a wall, air gap, moat, wall, where our structure is. Our structure is externally a radius of 110, and internally it is to the outside of the moat, and internally it's a radius of 102. Meaning the volume for the amount of blocks we needed was like 8,140 something per floor for big circles. Other than these 2 primary ones, we've been doing smaller circles, mostly because I honestly didn't even get enough jet to finish the jet floor until my last stream, and I'm like 200 hours in. The sandstone came pretty readily, and the limestone, well, we had a lot of that. This top floor here is designed to be the industrial center. So all these primary squares and other shapes you're seeing are the guild halls. So if we were to start here, even though the first floor is done incorrectly, or the walls are, This is the Bone Crafter's Workshop. So we have 2 layers of storage for bones, horns, teeth, and above that we have the actual guild floor for that, worth about 55,280 because this is done in pure silver. The bottom floor, like I said, it's done in limestone. I always remember when I point out to anyone what the base design is, but I keep forgetting to change that to silver. Moving on from that, the next guild over is our clothing guild. That's done in Billin, and the bottom floor contains all the thread, and it has 2 dyers and 2 looms. Above that contains all the cloth, and it just has 4 clothiers. And above that, we have where their guild hall, oh, actually, no, that was supposed to be a clothing storage. Above that, we have their guild hall worth 33,228. Rotating around, we have the cook and booze guild. I'm not sure what the term should be for just these 2 together, but the bottom floor contains most of the food, a bunch of tallow, but not a particular type of tallow that I was using for soap. The meat, a lot of the plants, the tallow, that's where the kitchen is, and it's made out of cherry wood. These are all kind of done thematically. This is done out of cherry wood because me and chat were like, cherry wood, cherries of food. Nah, good enough.
Oh, we've got a suggestion in chat. How about the culinary guild? That covers like food and alcohol and...
Hold on, I'm writing that down. Culinary. I don't know why that never occurred to me.
Yeah, that's a really good one. Well done,
I think I've given this tour like a bunch of times, and I don't think I remember culinary. All right, I've written that down.
And Skull Note, thank you for the raid. That's on RNG's channel.
Did I get raided? Oh, yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry, I was in the middle of explaining things. Yeah. Thank you, Skullnut. On the level up, we have the stockpile for the plants that we are turning into alcohols along with 4 stills. Level up from that is the massive stockpile for empty wooden pots. I prefer pots over barrels. They weigh less. I like them. Above that, we have the primary stockpile for alcohols. Above that, we have the primary stockpile for prepared foods, and these do feed into the tavern. And above that, we have... I did 2 individual guilds, one for the cooking, one for the brewing. Their shared guild hall is only 7,765, which means when divided, it's not above that minimum level of 10, which is a bit of an issue, but they don't have enough members yet to complain, so it hasn't been a problem yet. Yeah. But at some point, I'll probably need to take off their floor, or, because right now it's cherry wood, which definitely contributed to the issue of quality. The next guild over was the Jewelers Guild. Jewelers Guild, it makes sense. It's a Jewelers Guild. We have rough gems on top, cut gems down below. All the metal for this is made out of black bronze, and we did up the jewels in such a way, and their guild is right above, worth right now as 51,305. We did their guild in such a way as to be correct to the animations, so they animate all together on the same frames. We have green, then we have a yellow, supposed to be kind of like a goldish inlay. And then the top we did out of pure ruby so that this would actually look like some brooch or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't quite carry that, in the new graphics, but that's kind of what we were going for.
Yeah. I can even, having seen it in ASCII, I can see it now in the new graphics too.
Yep. The next guild up is just the Wood Guild. Now, with as much construction as I've been doing, I don't like that the list fills up with all of this material. Like, you want this, do you want that, do you want this?
Yeah.
So what I've been doing is for all the stone, the metal, the Wood Guild, everything else, I've been using quantum stockpiles to sort out all the material piece by piece. So if I want to build an alder, I'll forbid all these quantums except for alder so that the list is much smaller, so that it's easier to just, because now I've gotten rid of all the wood. So it's easier to just see what I'm building with. And this is just 2 carpenters and 2 crafts dwarfs. They also have a guild hall. It's worth 13,619. Up above is the Soapers Guild. It's a wood furnace, an ashery, and a soap maker's workshop with all the stockpiles required to keep me keep me clean with as much soap as I need. This one is built out of walnut because I couldn't remember what wood had antimicrobial properties. And I figured walnut, probably close enough. If I'm wrong, it could be changed to something else. Second to last guild on this floor is the Butcher's Guild, or the Slaughterhouse, if you want to call it. It's been made out of bauxite blocks or bauxite blocks because it looked like meat. It was the closest color I think I was going to find to match that. So down here is where the animals come in. Butchers. Up a floor is where their skins end up. Tanners. Up a floor is where the leather workers are. Up a floor is where their guild is. And apparently I never installed a guild. And then the last guild is the Farmers Guild, which has been done in porcelain because I didn't realize I could do porcelain until this late. This is like the last guild I set up. Farmers Guild. The thing down here is where I store wool. This up here is where we have the plants that we use to process into fibers. And the farmers have a guild that is worth 60,380. Now, the one thing that I did lie about at the beginning is I said I channeled everything out. This is not entirely true. There's a square about this large, square, give or take, I don't know the exact dimensions, that I left of natural terrain because it meant that I could run 3 farms on it. So I have farm for bladeweed for dye. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot, on the roof of the Farmers Guild,
oh, nice.
We have a stockpile for dye plants, a stockpile for bags, and we have 4 windmills powering 4 anhydrite millstones so that we can get dye. Completely forgot about the dye situation up top. On this floor, we grow bladeweed for emerald dye. We grow ropeweed for clothing, and we grow potato plants for booze. Going down, because I hit the cavern layer, even though it's not connected to the cavern, it is able to grow floor fungus and the like. So I have a giant plump helmet farm because the soil is poor. If I needed to at the beginning, I was fertilizing it just to overcome that soil fertility issue. And above it, I'm growing dimple cups for their dye. And there is a little hole here that leads to another area that grows its floor fungus, and that's used for the actual grazing animals. So I can have grazing animals without them being outside and exposed to the elements and the elves and such like this. The central castle structure, this in the middle, by the way, the ways to go down are these 4 corner staircases. The one in here only goes up, and this is for security purposes. This was the old tavern. We got this moved out about 2 to 3 streams ago. Right now what we have is a barracks that serves 30 dwarves that are always active. I have a rather unusual, I believe, setup with my dwarves, and that my military does nothing else. They're not a militia. They're not recruited in an emergency. If you're in the military in my base, that you're set up to military. I even have it as a separate labor, so I know not to assign them to anything else unless like I kind of need a person to be doing it, because the military doesn't really have anything else going for it. This way, they're all training, they're all legendary in every single military skill. I don't even have steel working yet, and I'm constantly one-on-oneing titans, one-on-oneing hydras. We're fighting 200 elves, 200 goblins at a time. Other than the frames we lose and the bodies they leave behind, we just take them all out. So this works pretty well. Upper left corner is the dungeon. I keep having an on again, off again relationship with the dungeon based upon whether or not my justice system wants to use it. Right now, they're back in a we don't want to use it situation where they're killing people again and just beating them instead of throwing them in here. But we did cause a glitch where we freed a peach-faced lovebird and it's flying around in the old base somewhere. We freed it out of its cage, and I figured out if you install an animal cage in the dungeon and then click the detail to look at the bird and then dump the bird, they'll free the bird from the dungeon and actually dump it in your dump area. So you just somehow have a vermin peach-faced lovebird flying around. So somewhere in this old base, there's actually a peach-faced lovebird flying around. The problem is once he's been dumped this way, you don't see him in any of your stocks anymore. But he's here somewhere. I just don't know where he's gone to. And southwest, we have the library. I do believe I mentioned that. Up a level, I made a temple area worth basically over 70,000. The remainder of this doesn't matter, though. Nice. We have the temple area, because those are over 70,000, and every time you divide it, or you have an area overlapping, you divide it. So the way I thought that meant was we have enough worth for 7 temples. So I've taken the 7 primary temples of our dwarves and I've overlaid them on top of each other, and to make sure I can actually access them and none of them override in the others, or we have any of those glitches where you have 2 different green areas written on top of each other. I've drawn them separately by 1 tab difference for each one.
That's a nice idea. I like that.
Yeah, that it really works wonders. And then we have the real reason why. Oh, and by the way, above it, we have a mist generator. This isn't the one we're really going to be talking about today. This is just a generic one. I got a fancy one set up over where the tavern ended up being. The real reason why this is only an upstairs, though, is so I can lock any of these doors to make sure no one can get out. Because at the top of all this is where the captain of the guard's office is. So he's always up here. If he's doing his interrogations up here, if he's far enough away, I can just lock all the doors behind him so that they can't get away, so I can offer to convict them if I've gotten them to admit to anything I wish to. We can also lock these external doors. Now, all of this was a sandstone layer, but all the highlights, the walls and stuff, were done with limestone. The temple floor was done with copper, and then up here it stayed limestone, but his office and going up in the middle was steel for him, but above him is a pure platinum cap, just because I figured you had to have something nice looking on your castle. And the ramparts up here on the top one are actually our little hall of victory. Some of my viewers, they'll request statues of certain victories an individual dwarf did or whatever, and they alternate between putting them on the entryway or putting them up here on this like parapet of heroes. I think mostly because most of them forget that this exists, so most of them end up just choosing the entryway. If you go down a level, though, you end up on the jet floor, which we all thought looked nice compared to the limestone, but turned out jet wasn't as prevalent in the area I was digging in as I thought. And like I said, I didn't even get this floor completely finished. We filled in the intervening space with iron. And this is where all the dwarves live. So going around the perimeter, we did this repeating pattern of like a little circle, and we just kept it close to the wall. Each quadrant, if it's fully built, because this is missing some, can support, I believe, 50 dwarves. So we figured that this meant that this was the living quarters. They're separated enough to not cause a lot of the calculation things of dwarves trying to get past each other, but they're also set up in such a way that they're all relatively close to the areas they're going to be traveling from. So anyone who lives over here, when he's done going to sleep, he's likely to come out of here. You know, so their sleeping quarter kind of depicts which path they'll actually be using, because even if they're going down here, they're likely to come up possibly here first.
Yeah.
So as a way to split them all up while having them all kind of close. Because I've been digging out down below, 2 of our guilds had to be a bit lower than the others. Down here we have the Stoneworkers Guild, which is built out of iron, pig iron, and steel. Thematic. The Stoneworkers Guild, as I said before, has all of its stone types quantum stockpiled to be sortable. So as I mine out more and more, we can determine what it is we want to have access to. And then they're all mostly equidistantly placed to these workshops. The stones I thought I was going to be using a lot, jet, sandstone, limestone, were in the middle so that they were easily accessible from both sides. This is just where the clay is in the mechanism. This could probably be better done, but I wasn't running into mini clay to begin with. In the upper right corner, we have the Metalworkers Guild, and that's because when I set it up, this was the only area to really do it. And right now, there's just so many iron. Like, look how small the little search bar is.
Yeah.
There's just so many iron and lead bars that it's kind of gotten to the point where it's like, well, maybe this one guild gets grandfathered in and we just don't deal with it or something. Below that, we have a smelter specifically set up to just turn lignite and bituminous coal into more fuel. And below that, we have the actual smelter set up made of copper, silver, and gold to smelt the things down so that they end up within that guild. It probably does need to get moved at some point. We have a few stockpiles here and there. They're just for nonsense. They're just excess stuff. The weird little squares you still see, that's not really much of anything. If you go down another layer, this is the administrative block. This is where all the nobles' offices and special rooms that they wanted are located. We just put them all down here to keep them out of everyone else's way. It also allowed us to make the floor out of iron so we can engrave it so that they would have a high enough worth to make sure that they were happy with the rooms that they got. This level is just a spacer purely for the water physics that are required for our setup later. This level and the level below it, I try to make it look like Dwarf Fortress weapons. So this is iron wall into a lead wall into an iron top, and it's kind of supposed to look like a mace or something. I'm gonna tell you the truth, this one was kind of rather vague on the idea. Whereas one level below to this structure, it's got a copper floor, so it ends up looking like a spear. I had to keep the circle though, but so this is just, maybe it's this powerful aura or something like that. But so on this level, this just leads to the hospital, where I've got a completely flood-proof hospital, unless one desires it to be flooded for purposes of drowning lichens. It is gravity fed, not connected to anything, and set up to have its overfill also automatically drain out over here with no excess water coming up through the well. So we have all the water we could ever need. We could put as much pressure as we want through it, and the well cannot overfill. All the excess goes to this floating drain over here and gets run off the map. Over here to the northeast in the spear quadrant is the tavern with a complicated... I wanted to do something that required a gravity-fed system, but everything I was doing took way too much water and generated way too... So what I decided to do over here was to scrap that entire plan. I wasted an entire stream scrapping the entire plan, moving this down a level, and then just setting up a rather complicated series of simple mist generators to make this system work. And then from there, it's just a stairwell system down so that they can get to these levels. Because channeling hits the frames per second way harder than digging does, I have it set up that we're digging below it, and then it's just held up by a pillar. And then every time we complete a level or a part of the level, we just throw this switch, we collapse that entire floor, and then we begin working on the next floor. This led early on to some compound cave-ins, because our initial exploration to get stone and stuff did lead over there. Like, we've gone across ourselves at this point. So we're having to be rather careful on this level right here, because we didn't want to cause too much death and destruction. So first thing we did is we walled off the old base from where the new hole was going to be. And I anticipate sometime soon, this is the top of the caverns. So if this is where we're digging through, somewhere at this level has to be more, because of how big that cavern is. We don't know where the southwestern portion of the cavern is. We only see the northeastern. Like, there is more to it. We just don't know where it is.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the tour of the base. That's what we have going on. In the future, it is supposed to be set up that there is no connection to the ground. Right now, we have a setup on that moat to drain out if we so want it. By the way, this is protected by 2 artifact floodgates. This is set up to drain out to be a regular river if we thought that that would look better and be more appropriate. Oh, I almost forgot the most important character. The elves keep attacking us from over here, so we surrounded the dog in a series of pure amethyst gem windows and disconnected him from everything and gave him a bill-in floor roof. So he's our little scout dog, and he tells us when the elves are ambushing us, because they keep saying that we're getting an ambush, beware enemies of nature, and then they ambush us 30 times every single tick, and we end up with over 200 elves on the screen. So he's here to let us know to start preparing the defense before the actual main horde of elves show up. But that's set up for the river to drain if natural. This is also why it had to be artifacts. I wasn't sure if we were ever going to get any sieges or anything. And it's set up that our moat is what drains. Like I said, this one did have one. It got removed because while I could power the system I was doing, it was like, that's not a lot of mist. There was a lot of water going through, and it could only maintain like 2 squares without me doing screw pumps or something to maintain the pressure equally across the map. And then once you just got that much, mechanisms and stuff involved, it was like, I could just go full into the screw pump idea and get way more mist for far less water. And this also saved water pressure for the 3 other projects, one being the hospital. And it's designed for me to at some point have a thing down here and a wizard tower down here, so that we can have like the library and we can have the meeting areas, and they could also have their own hated mist generators. The one with possibly the temple or whatever going on over here, it might end up actually just being gravity fed, because that one I'm trying to get it to be designed for the water to be in like different areas for each one. So it'd be like an area of a temple, an area in the middle for the water to get routed where it needs to go, another temple with a different hole structure, another level for the water to get routed where it needs to go, so on and so forth. I just haven't really gotten around to that level yet because we're still digging. And of course we have the floodgates to stop the water coming in if we need to drain out the entire moat, so that we can install or remove a floodgate as needed.
This is crazy.
This has required a lot of construction. We started in the year 251 and it is now 303. It started in the year 251 because the first map was when Steam released, and we died there due to the wildlife aggression glitch. So this is actually the first world map I generated since the Steam version. This is just the second map on it. So we started the year 251, 49.3. This is a 52-year map.
Oh, just a thought. We haven't seen a trade depot. Are you doing any trading?
I am doing trading.
Oh, there it is.
I didn't have anything really fancy for it. We made it out of platinum to show off to the traders. The problem is at one point I had a baron and I had a duchess. We lost the duchess to lycanthropy, and I can't remember what happened to the first baron. So since we lost both of them, we stopped getting the wagons in our trade caravan. At some point semi-recently, we randomly ended up with a baron again, and we've been giving all of our trade partners a massive profit. But for some reason, they just still refuse to bring in a wagon or anything. So there hasn't been a need to really make this look better or fancy, since I do trade, but it's mostly to get rid of weight and excess nonsense I happen to have on the map. I use them like a garbage disposal system, where, like, if you crush it with the drawbridge, there is one thing over here. I have a disposal. That's the only thing that's still left over there. If you crush certain things with a drawbridge, and the guy who made it complains. So if it's like really good quality socks or like that's worn through and no one wears them, I trade those away just to get them off the map, so I have less to worry about without irking the one dwarf who happened to make it.
Wow. We've had a request in chat.
Okay.
Would you mind doing a sort of top to bottom tour, like not a guided tour, but just a quick flick through the fortress, but in ASCII?
No problem. Let me go up a little bit.
Just so we can see how it looks with.
Yep. I'm assuming I don't need to go right to show that old base or anything. This is where the action is. So to speak.
Just the action. Just
But
people,
no.
the fans of ASCII would like to see how pretty it looks
no
in
problem.
ASCII.
I do switch to ASCII occasionally, but I do it when I need to pick up the frames because of the massive amount of digging and channeling.
Yeah.
And hold on, this one had a little bit up and down too. This is absolutely no problem. The problem is just so big I can't get it all on one screen. And that's where it goes out.
And
like I said, I will be showing this one in progress later.
You lost your mobility. That was like a careless misplacement, or lost under a drawbridge?
No. No, they were done like legitly. Well, I say legitly. The Duchess got infected. So at some point I had to put her down just for the safety of the fort. She was in the hospital. Like I'd cut off the hospital, and it's like I can't go long without not treating people. So I set up a thing for her. She had to get put down. The Baron, I think, got taken out by a Hydra or something. I'm sure my chat can correct me if anyone remembers what actually took out the Baron. But he was just, he was where he wasn't supposed to be, and he got himself killed.
Ah.
And then we have this, and like I said, we have been slowly digging it in. I can do that again if your ASCII viewers wish without moving. They just won't be able to have the whole thing. I know they said top to bottom. I just couldn't. I wasn't sure if they wanted to see everything or if they wanted.
No, I think that's good.
Because I know I know a bunch of people like, I'll just do it.
Yeah.
A bunch of people like the little gifs of things going up. So without moving, I'll try to slow it down maybe a little bit. Without moving, we're just not going to be able to get the full picture. The circle's too big. No. One of my chat believes that noble was the one who dodged off a cliff or off the bridge, and I don't think it was. But my chat's been right more often than I have been, so who even knows? And then I think at this point we're basically, yep, that's just the old system. Okay.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Well, an incredible fortress. You've spent, what, 200 hours on this so far?
I believe just taking averages, because at the beginning I was doing like 12 plus hour streams, but this is episode, I think I'm at 216.
Right.
Somewhere in my title of my stream right now, I keep updating it with the episode, and I just add 8 to the amount of hours that the base has been.
Yeah.
So.
It's incredible. Oh, right. Well, yeah. So, do you want to take us through some of your water mechanisms and show us how some of them work and I'll let you take because this is stuff and things.
So the first thing, I mean, if anyone's going to be doing anything with water, the first thing I think they should always know / learn is this system right here. I will say, when adventure mode releases, this does not work in adventure mode.
Excuse me?
This is using the fact that your fortress mode base is set to a certain parameter so you know the exact edge. If you approach this base in adventure mode whenever it's released, the whole base is just not going to work. Or if this drainage system is working, the drain will back up. But the idea is that wherever you're going to be putting the water to, you channel it down. And I cannot stress this enough. We'll cover this in detail later, but you need verticality. You don't go down a Z level. You go down as many as you can. You go down through vertical drops, going over, go down, go over, go down. Do not, I repeat, don't do this. Don't go down and then over. Do this. You must make sure you have a drop at every Z level. This, not great. This, better. There's a reason why. We'll go into that later. But basically, the idea is you get to the edge somewhere. And when you're underground in Dwarf Fortress, you cannot mine the edge. You cannot mine those last squares. What you can do, however, is smooth those squares and then carve fortifications into them. A fortification allows a liquid through, but not a creature or an item under normal conditions. Because that next square on the outside is not part of your map's dimensions, even though we all know in our head that there is a stone behind that fortification, the water will flow off the map. Using this, you can create a drain to take unlimited water anywhere in your map. If you are trying to do experiments with water, I would suggest always making sure to install a drain like this. Again, the two major points are the outer edge has to be a card fortification, and the drain to it must have like the stepping stair pattern. You want to make sure you have one or two of these before you get to the actual drain system. If you were to do this in adventure mode, because you're walking up regularly, beyond this square is a stone, the stone loads in, boom, the whole drain jams, and then it doesn't work. I think once you go back into fortress mode, it should, maybe. I don't really go back and forth between adventure mode, fortress mode too often, So I'm not sure about that last one, but I would assume back in Fortress mode, it should be fine again. But if you were to load up your base to check it out in Adventure mode, and that drain is active, you would probably find yourself at some point drowning. So anything I'm doing with water, I usually have one of these set up. I have one set up here for the initial way I stop the water. The drain system off of the hospital is using that very same thing, where it goes off that to the right, or actually no, it was down here somewhere. Down here, this I did not do the vertical system on. I just have a horizontal connection. And this is actually the problem. This water has not had more water given to it. It's not an aquifer. This has not had more water put into it for at least 2 streams. So this water's been draining for over 16 hours.
Right.
And it's not completely drained yet because 2s and 3s won't evaporate, only the 1s. So until it gets low enough, this just doesn't do anything. It goes pretty fast at the beginning because 7s are taking over nothings. So a 7 and a 0, you get a 4 and a 3. A 7 and a 4, you get a 6 and a 5. Like everything quickly pours out at higher and higher pressure. And it can take pressure if you're pressured above that Z level, but the remainder of the drain just doesn't work. So you always want to make sure that you have the vertical system. And again, we'll cover that more in detail later. And I believe I had an extra drain somewhere off the edge of the map over here. This entire map was aquifer, so all these things that you see with water, that's when I just figured I had revealed too much aquifer from the level above me, and I just walled it off. Because the water will stop calculating if the water's all 7s. So to save my frame, some of these areas I just walled off with water in the old base. Let them fill. Once they're filled, they're no longer a problem. I believe there was one more drain somewhere, but it's not a... Oh! Nah, never mind. That's not the same sort of thing. I had an emergency drain set up for the well. That's an entirely different issue. We're gonna ignore that. That's an old hospital anyways. But yeah, no. So the big thing, as I said, you gotta have the verticality. If we were to set it up, hold on. These side ones are still hooked up, but I believe they're hooked up in the old base because I never needed them again. We'll pull the lever, do that now. We'll wait for some dwarves to come over there while that gets set up. But what you're looking at is that the vertical step for every Z level is really crucial. Once this gets going, actually, no, we should just probably ignore this for a bit. What I want to do is see that once it's gone, once it has begun. While we wait for that to go, this is your standard idea of a mist generator. It's really easy to set up and it's really easy to get going. Mist generator, I don't know if you discussed this in your previous videos, is a 4x4 square with the corners channeled out, and in the lateral spaces between the corners, you've installed screw pumps in such a way as to feed each other. Now,
yes, so just to let you know what we have covered in the past, we've covered how to build pump stacks and how to use water wheels for power and how to use windmills for power. We haven't actually covered anything at all about mist generators. Obviously, we've seen some in Fortress tours, but yeah, if you wanted to explain this, feel free, because we haven't. Nobody's actually gone into how this works.
No problem. So you guys you've discussed the power and you've discussed, pump stacks, which are how these work. An important difference, though, between a mist generator and a pump stack is that a pump stack, usually, you kind of want that thing running full. You want it to be somewhere where you're having lots of liquids coming through so that it goes somewhere else and it's not just kind of wasting time. Whereas a mist generator, you're basically running it on the very edge of it just not working. As weird as it sounds, the whole point of a mist generator is to just barely not be broken. If you only have, hold on. When you are doing the normal setup of this circle of screw pumps feeding into each other, at some point during it, you're going to set up a pit pond because you want water to be placed into it, because this is a unnatural area for you're not setting this up where there already is water. When they put the first water in, nothing will happen. It'll look like, what's the point? Once they put the second water in, before that 2 can flow over and create 2 1s, the mist generator, or the screw pump, I should say, will pick that water back up. So the whole point of this is 2 different things. 1, screw pump doesn't work on 1s. It needs to be 2 or higher. But also, water, if it's 2 or higher, kind of flows over and becomes 1. It wants to be in a state of rest. So you're using a circle of screw pumps to keep a body of water essentially under tension. The instant anything in this situation relaxes, the whole system doesn't work and it has to be primed again. So the water hits the ground at a depth of 2, which is by itself, water 2, not annoying, not that bad to dwarves, which is good. The water wants to flow over and be 2 1s, but before it can, the next screw pump picks it up and puts it up in the air over the next square. The water, because there's a gap below it, can't float to the side, so still kind of in tension to the other rules of the game. It falls, it becomes a 2 high for like not even a frame, and it wants to pour out again, but it's not allowed to do that before the next screw pump has picked it back up again. Up here you'll see the 2s, but that's because it's about to fall. Down here is where the water actually kind of is existing for just the briefest little bit of time. If I were to interrupt any of the power supply here, that water would hit the ground, spread out to 1s, and the entire system is broken. You cannot get it running again until you bring back in more water. Once it is allowed to relax, it will not work. You must have it going 24/7 under a constant tense state where it really, really wants to not be dragged around. And it's like I said, you're always on the cusp. The idea of this is really that it's on the cusp of failure. And as long as you prevent it from doing so, you're good. Now,
just 1 second, RNG. What's that new alert that's just popped up with the 3 exclamation marks?
No clue.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know why. Some of these is because if I don't click them fast enough.
Yeah.
But sometimes I get alerts that don't tell me anything. It just says you can resend it.
I've never seen that alert before. I don't know what it means.
I might have known what it meant at some point, but like, I don't know. At some point, my alerts just kind of stopped working. I didn't really do anything to them. I think if I catch them fast enough, like in say 30 seconds to a minute or something, I'll be able to get the alert. But if it's after that, it's just pointless. So I've kind of just started taking to ignoring the alerts,
right? Unless
it's like the anvil or it's the cross metal sword symbol, because by the time I notice the alert, I already know it's not going to tell me anything. It literally doesn't tell you anything. Apparently, my chat says it's when a visitor tells me news of the outside world.
Ah, okay, right. I haven't been allowing visitors into my fortress since the Steam release. So
my chat loves when we do justice and we track down the intelligence and we're following the plots and we're like, okay, we know who this boss is, who that boss is. We've been going on so long where we've had cold cases for over 10 in-game years, and we finally got the goblin back in, and we're like, we got you, because we wrote down their names and stuff and we recognize what they look like. We've accidentally bugged out the justice system. This dude's not even in jail anymore. This dude, turns out if you keep them in jail long enough, the game just forgets about them or something, and they just permanently stay your prisoner. Like, I think I can sell these humans. I don't know if this is like some weird bug where they become pets or something. Like, they're counted under others and caged, but they're not in my justice system. They're not current people. Like, they're just in cage for some reason. I can't get them out of there.
Huh.
So yeah, I don't know if because some of these people come back and you finally catch them for long past crimes, and it's like they got 365 days in prison. You're like, okay, and that year comes up and he just stays there. They at some point they just leave him in prison. I'm like, okay, I don't know why, but whatever.
Institutionalized, indeed.
Yeah, it is weird. It kind of just is what it is. Now, going back to this, the important thing, everything else was how the water, like how the actual mist generator is working. and it's just a controlled failure of water to pour. During that one instant, though, whenever you have 2 or more water falling, every time it's going through a square and it updates in that square, it does, I think it's random because it's not every time. If it succeeds at the roll during that time it's falling through a square, it'll generate mist, and you'll see this mist pouring out away from the water. This is what you'll see a lot kind of along waterfalls and such. But water can only fall so fast. So as weird as it sounds, the mist generator constantly fighting the water also speeds up the chance of that waterfall producing water. This too is hitting this square far more often than water should, because it's not even updating down here. You don't have a tick of this water going through, and the same water is hitting it 1, 2, 3, 4. And in addition to that, all 4 of these are close together. So you're doing it 4 times. It's hitting it probably twice as fast because it's not even having that one update. Actually, if you do it right and you have different water, but you know that can mix. I'm sorry, I'm running ahead of myself. I was coming up with a different design. It doesn't matter. Ignoring that, what you have here is, for the low cost of 10 whole water, which is 1 full water square and half a water square, you are now constantly, safely, pleasantly generating mist, not only over 16 squares, but the radius comes out like, I think, 3 or 4. So you're doing 16 cores, but I'm basically hitting this entire circle. I think the places I'm not is where the stockpiles are. For like I said, the low cost of 10 water. If I were to redirect water, like I was kind of doing with the initial project over here, the water would only be falling in certain areas, and if there was barely any water for that hole, then nothing is falling. So it costs way more water. You get an update of 3 to fall through, maybe you get a mist, then you wait for the next water to update over, because if you have a 3 in a square and a hole, the 3 updates, you have a 1 and the 2 falls, but now that first square it just left only has a 1, so you have to wait, if you're doing a natural water system, for the square next to that one to update, a 7 and a 1 to become a 4 and a 3, and then that 3 to update again, if everything goes your way. So I'm being completely serious. If you're doing this, you can get a water to hit a square about twice as often as a natural flow. Not a pressured flow, just a natural flow, a horizontal setup. Vertical is a different story, but that usually requires you to have a reservoir to channel the water somewhere. And at that point, you have way too much water going through, and it's dangerous. But in terms of mechanisms, this is what you have here. It wasn't the goal for this to be doing anything really with machine or whatever. We were just doing mist generators for the theme of this. But I thought I would do it kind of clutch. And if you look closely on this, you'll notice that these machines aren't actually touching each other. Like this isn't one grand power network. So this is powered off of this and these 2. This is actually 4 different power networks to set this up. As long as you you just need enough. You don't need to go ham. They don't even need to be connected to each other. It's just they are all running 24/7. These are on 2 different cycles. It's not like the game is like, okay, this is all connected, so I'll do here, 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 and here. They're all working as long as there's a screw pump. They can be completely separate. Not a single one of these squares is one singular power system. That's all separate, and it works well.
And it's nice and easy to set up, and like you say, you don't even need a water source as such, as long as you've got some way to fill a bucket up with. And, and I noticed the blood and stuff on the floor underneath the where the mist's falling. That'll be as the water is falling past the dwarfs, it'll be washing all the blood and all the contaminants off them, won't it?
Yes. Now, if the dwarf is in the square the water is falling, they can get washed because the water is falling on them, and that's just how water, it's a 2 depth, it works good. So from the old Dwarf Fortress before Steam, there was an idea set up that you're supposed to have statues under these to prevent a dwarf being there, because a dwarf could get startled by the water and drop a cup and it could cause a mess or something. Either that doesn't happen as often anymore, or it's far less of an effect than I even thought it was, because cleaning to me is far better. And I don't think I see that much happening. If I see any mugs or anything down here that have an issue or a spill, it's usually up in these corners where there's not even any water to begin with. So
yeah, not something I've
whatever
ever worried about.
Yeah, I like I said, I kept hearing it and I did remember it vaguely, but whatever the issue was, if it is somewhere in some form or something, either it's no longer an issue or it was never that much of an issue to begin with. I can't remember what it was. I just know it clearly doesn't need it anymore. To the original project, though, that we had put off, where I was explaining the waters, this is what happens if you have anything vertical and you have a horizontal bit. There are two states of flowing. There is hold on, I need to preface this, because sometimes my words can sound a little too technical and people will compare me to a Putnam post, or they'll compare it to some old Toady One post. They'll be like, that's not how it's programmed. What I'm going to explain, even if it uses technical terms, is how one can understand the system is working. This is not necessarily exactly how it is actually going step by step in the code. Just, I want that out there in case someone's like, actually, I remember this, or I just read this. This is purely a thought explanation for it. I do not know the code behind it. Please do not correct me as to whether or not one is exactly one step after another. There are two types of flow, which I guess could be considered pressured and like flow. There's water horizontally updating, and then there is a pressure expansion flow. Pressure is vertical, flow horizontal is flow, like regular flow is horizontal. And these have two different areas of effect, areas where the water is calculating and doing things, and it has two different speeds. Of these two things, you want vertical. Vertical water transportation is easier, faster, less of a hassle, and it gets out of your way. Horizontal water is where the aquifers kill you. That's where slow aquifers, by the way, the aquifers on this map, I did not specify at the beginning, they're all light aquifers. Aquifers get you, they cause problems. That's all mostly off of a horizontal system. People kind of shy away from vertical systems because it can lead to pressure buildup. And pressure buildup is like the most noticeably lethal issue. So this, like I said, this leads to people, like they experience one pressure problem and this causes them to shy away, and it's kind of sad because it's the opposite that you want. The more verticality you can build, the better. However, this, as weird as it sounds, I always screw up one. For what I am talking about, that is more vertical than this. Now you might be thinking, okay, no. Well, I mean, other than that one square, they were supposed to be the same height. You might be thinking, okay, no. Same height, same verticality. I know physics, I know math. What is it, 7? 7 equals 7. Not what I'm talking about at all. This is one tube of vertical calculation. This is 6 tubes of vertical calculation. This has more of the awesome verticality stuff that you want than this one does. Because what the one over here is going to have is, I'm going to stop that sentence for a second. I'm skipping another one. Let's do small. We will come back to this. If you look at the water as it goes over, when water is going horizontally, it's just checking what's next to it, a high number to a low number, every square all the time. We can also see this a little bit in my hospital system, where what is happening here is that there is a 6, and one of these is updating into that 6, and that 6 will be in a new square. So you can see the low points and the high points moving. If you have a 7 and a 0, you're going to end up with like a 4 and a 3. If you have a 5 and a 2, the whole point of the water system is to balance itself out. So whenever you have water that's just doing nothing, This is that horizontal calculation. This is like a local field sort of a calculation. It's just a high point looking for a low point. When you are doing up in sea level. When you are over here, that's kind of what you got going on here. You got a 2, you got a 4. Now, technically, this 4 could go over to the 2. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully it just goes somewhere else. And then that can disappear. That's like the horizontal spread. When you are doing vertical, however, it's just gone. When you are doing this 1 is going down, it's going to hit a 1, but it's no longer here. Like this square is empty. Empty is good. If you have, actually, this is supposed to represent water, so this should be blue. If you have 7 deep water, you have 4 deep water. No. Hold on. 7, 7, 7, 7. And for whatever reason, you have a gap here of no water. And you hit it with a 4 water. What is this water going to do? And like I said, pretend there's a gap on the end. All right. For some reason, I know this is kind of a not going to happen. How are you going to have pure 7s with nothing behind them? But let's say this is what's happening. This is like the very smallest instant of a pressure expansion. When the game has something falling on a solid water vertically, the game will sit there and go, okay, this 4 cannot possibly go into this 7. I should stop clicking things. Cannot possibly go into this 7. But this block of water reports it has room for expansion. So it'll take this 4 and transpose it to the other side. That 4 will teleport all the way to the end. And like I said earlier, perhaps in the code, what it is just in one step, it calculates 4 here, 4 here, 4 here, 4 here. Doesn't matter. For the purpose of how you're using water, what it is doing is it is transporting the 4 from the source directly to the end. If you have a gap here, that is a 4, 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 going on and so forth. You know what you cannot possibly have in this weird example I just made up? Any of these top 4s, they can't exist because the water has to be falling. You're going to see a high number below where the number is falling, but the number above it is always going to fall. If you have a system where it's counting up, like you have a 3 hitting a 3, well, a 3 can hit a 3, no problem, because that just then becomes a 6. So it doesn't matter. You don't really even have a weird secondary issue to this unless you actually have a 4 or higher, hitting a 4 or higher. So as long as you're doing this, as long as everything is a 3 or lower, every single step, that water is gone. You cannot possibly back up. If you have a dwarf here and or a grate, guess what's going to happen? You can't drown. It doesn't matter what's happening at the end of this. As long as the water is going somewhere, you could have the entire map filled 7 to 7 deep and that open square be in the opposite corner. You will not have a dwarf drowning here because there will be space for the water to fall down and end up over there immediately. It's like skipping a physics calculation where the water, technically, there's like every atom has to slowly move. No. If there is a block over there, even if it's the smallest amount of pressure, that 4 hitting all those 7s is on the other end. You cannot drown. This is a vertical step. However, there is always an end to this. Where is my drawing? At the end here, even if you're only doing 7s, this is what you're going to have. You're going to have a 7, a 6, a 5, a 4, a 3, a 2. You might not have it exactly in that order. It might go down a lot faster. Because what's happened at this point is you have no more updates. So if a 3 hits a 3, you have a 6. If the 6 is by a 5, it might make that 5 a 6, and the 6, as we saw earlier, might go down to a 5. What happens when the next 3 hits it? You have a 5 and a 3, it's an 8. It just goes back up to 7, and you're waiting for the water to drain again. Now, if you have that 7 there and the 3 hits, it can update and overwrite that a little bit and overwrite that a little bit. But what you're never going to do is you're not going to get rid of this 7. This is going to get stuck at a high number. And we can actually see that down here under this vertical system. Because even if it tries to go down slightly, the water is hitting that square first. This is why you can't have a straight line. If you can have a straight line all you want, and that water for an instant can shoot down and shoot out for sure. But that's completely a separate issue than the step down system I was showing. Why? Because if we're going to the same place, this only has one square that can be 7. This is where that is. If all of your water is pouring down direct into this, you're going to have a lot more. The more horizontal your water is, the slower the calculation is. Because this system can update every one of these down to the next diagonal within 1 or 2 updates. This one can only proceed by as much pressure as what's next to it. This actually has a bit of an overflow area between just draining there so that some of it can come up here. And this overflow weird side thing sometimes goes up. This could be blocked and the water could drain out other than this tree. This tree caused a problem. This water could be coming down here and it could be going relatively well, but the flatter your drain is at the end, the slower the transportation is. That goes all the way back down to what this one was. I put so much water through that this was all 7 out of 7. All the extra water that hit it did update all the way to the end. But basically, once that was done, we're now stuck with this slow drainage system. This right here is the exact problem why if you're doing a drain, you don't want to do, I lost my drawing. You don't want to do this. This is that drain out in the field. This is the drain that you see right here. The difference being the drain in the field hasn't had water for 16 hours. This step down drainage system has been draining an entire river the entire time I've been talking. This water never stopped. I could have made it have even more water by shutting that one, but it really wouldn't have fixed anything. It's not going to make it worse because it can't. As a matter of fact, just to prove it, I'll put my money where my mouth is. I'll shut that one down too. Some of the water will get higher, but it's not going to be able to fill the pipe. It can't. That's just the way the system works. That low area might end up with more 7s, but the vertical parts, that ain't going to happen. So we now have an entire river running through these things. The 7s might get up a little bit, but this cannot pressure because there's a vertical drop. This cannot pressure because there's a vertical drop. This cannot pressure, there's a vertical drop, cannot pressure, there's a vertical, can't, blah, blah, all the way through. Once you no longer have the vertical drops, that's where you have issues with the pressure, which is a bit separate from the pressure explosion some people are worried about. But like I said, you want verticality, not necessarily a vertical tube. Have there been any questions from that so far?
Fascinating. One question from chat is, will we be putting this on YouTube for later review? And yes, it'll be going up on the Kit Fox Games YouTube channel.
Yep. So that is what this is. I'm actually, like I said, we can let this run for a bit so you guys can you've seen what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. But I need to actually switch everything back the other way because I want water pressure for the next example. Where is the lever? That's the one lever I still gotta move. But like, even with all that water going down there, and there's a 7 deep water bottom of that, up here at the top of it, it's 1. Like I said, you want steps. You want multiple steps of water. Whenever I'm draining anything, other than this one, which was, admittedly, I didn't think I was putting that much water through when I set this up. You want to be doing verticality at some point during it. And the closer to the end, the better. I even was that on this map? I think that was on a completely different base, so I will not say I retract that statement. Someone's fighting. There you go. A goblin representative has shared many tales from beyond Baldcamp. There you go, Salford. Mm-hmm. All right, we are going to let this pressure, or try to pressure, back up. There we go. Someone has shut that. And even with all that, like I said, you got some more down here, but you physically can't up here. And then once I stopped the input, because everything was draining, everywhere that might be important is immediately 1s. Now this has had a chance to finally split in half. It's just about how fast it gets that water. You can almost say it's not a question of verticality, but diagonality. But the actual updates are because of the vertical steps.
That's fascinating.
This is now starting to pressure up. We don't need this at full pressure. I almost wish that this was slightly drained. Problem is, once I drain it, we'd have to wait for the whole thing to drain. That would just cause a bit of a problem. And I don't have DF hack on to try to see if I can delete waters. But I'll have to do a dry explanation of this before we put water through. There's another great example of what I was talking about for the water updating. There's just a bit too much water here. I could just drain a top layer. That'd be a lot faster to empty out. Hold on. Not what I wanted. And high priority. You'll drain you, and then I will remove... Trying to see what doesn't kill me. Here. Hopefully that water will just go straight out. And we can also do it here. That should be the same on both sides. It is. All right, we will have to wait a little bit for that to get done so I can drain this to... We can see the different steps of a waterfall because there's 3 stages to a waterfall, and you can actually kind of see the instant the water clicks over and starts counting the other way. I didn't think that was going to spread back over that far that fast. Oh, no. Hopefully this guy doesn't die. We're still sending you in, though. All right. He's good. Like I said, we're going to have to let that drain now. It'll be faster to fill up than waiting for this one to fill up.
Sure.
Because usually I set up so that they both drain by doing that. That is going to take just a little bit. Now, while that is going, the general explanation of what this structure is or how you can use this to your advantage is I have a reservoir here that gets poured into via the moat. The reservoir pours into this moat, and right here is a hole that it pours into this reservoir. This reservoir has a hole right here to access via the well. However, there is mud in there from when I filled it. I didn't think that one through. I gotta clear that out at some point. However, at the other side of it is another hole for the water to drain out of. The important things to note is the waterfall is here, the well is here, the hole down is here, and the drain is there. This relation in terms of distance is very important because you can do whatever you want and not have to worry about a bunny starving to death. What?
Oh, did you get migrants and they brought a pet bunny?
Oh, they might have. Well, their pet's gone now. Pigs don't need to be stuffed. All right. Yeah, it must have been one came in with one random pet bunny. That is unfortunate. We'll assign the piglet here too. Yeah, like for what I was saying earlier, this is unrelated kind of to the topic at hand, but you see what I mean? Like I can now pin pasture the prisoners. Like I don't know what it is. If they're just there for a year, they become your pet. It's weird. That brings up some moral quandaries. I don't know how that works. All right, the water's getting kind of low. This will be good enough. I'm going to maybe have to tell him to try to redo this a few times. Hopefully this goes well. But while we wait for me to try to get a worker back in, is there any questions from the thing? Can they be gelded? Damon Works says, ask, can they be gelded? No. They show up in some screens, but they're not in the pet screen. Like I said, they're kind of like pets. It's really weird. They're not actual pet, though. They just show up in like half the screens. Unless there's another way to geld. That would be mean. All right, where is this man coming from? Why are you taking so long? Here he comes. As long as the water's only one, they'll build it. We have 3s back there, but the same thing we were talking about before. When water is updating, it's only the nearby water, and it's the 2 is just going to update 1 square. Like we don't have to worry. He might get pushed off, but as long as he's safe, he should be fine. If this is the guy that was building, then who was that other dude? Why was he up here? The other guy was the one building. Why was that? Oh, he was trying to grab this. He was trying to grab an arm that fell in. Let's forbid that so no one tries to grab an arm anymore. Okay, so that has now been set up. We've also happened to have given the moat time to pressurize. I forgot to point it out when we were doing the tour earlier, but the weird way these shapes kind of gel with the wall led to these dead zones. So I just made those be where I was protecting the switches for all the different levers. Just not all of them have been installed down here yet. This lever used to control the old thing that was here. It's probably going to be, I'm going to redirect that lever to... I have already directed that lever to the floodgates to drain. I didn't remember doing that. Okay. So this water's going to go up. It's starting to pour down. And we're going to see that it's able to quickly hit that with 7. Now we have an issue. The water next to it, not 7s yet. We don't have 7s. So the water is going to stay up here for an entire tick, which means there is a chance, I'm hoping to catch it, depending upon if the water, but there, oh, I just missed it. If the water is high enough, that the water actually updates to another square where it tries to do a split off. This happens when you're pouring and the water below it is too high. I call this dribbling. This is not an issue if your pressure is high enough. When this actually fills up more, that's just going to stop, and we're not going to have that anymore. And you can tell when that happens when you've switched to that 7 calculation system that I was talking about. Right now, we have a 7, but it's by a bunch of, this is not vertical. This is all horizontal, which means the 7's by a number. The game looks at it and goes, nope, that's a flow state. That is a horizontal flow state. So the water won't let the water below, even if it's 7, will not let the water transfer through it. That's not a vertical pressure situation. You need a verticality by the 7, not above the 7. And this right here is why. Because the water will hit and it will back up and it'll pour in other areas. This right here is actually why I wanted it to drain a bit, because we were so close to filling. I had maybe a few seconds originally to show this, and we might not have been lucky enough at all for it to happen. So we're now waiting for these 7s to fill up. And once that happens, we'll stop having this issue. Now, normally I have 2 issues with this, because we do have some verticality over here, but we really don't. We have a horizontal filling situation. And what would happen normally is this square would hit 7s, and then this square would be hitting 3s, because this one would show that its neighbors weren't 7s. So we'd have issues down here where the water was flowing slowly as well. So even though we weren't dribbling, we would be having water backing up here as well. You gotta have, oh, we kind of missed the window on that. Once it filled up, we've hit a critical point here where this water will now be hitting this. It's looking at this going, all right, you're all 7s, I think. I'm looking for a pressure outlet. It goes through, it sees this hole, it goes to this hole. It asks this hole, okay, you're all 7s. Now we're going to start doing what is known as actual pressuring, where a water will try to go to its highest point -1. The water will try to go to its highest point -1 via pressure. It will not go to its highest. I argue the fact that it will not go to its highest point via pressure. If you are doing this and you have water going down and going back up, the square pushing is this, these should be 7s, is its highest square. That is the square pushing. If we're thinking of pressure, the way I mentioned it earlier, kind of like a teleportation system, this 7 can only update down here if that's its high point. If it slowly, you have another 7 and it fills, another 7 and it fills. If it does all of that, and it needs to be 7s, if you have this empty and you have a low number hitting this, this is not going to update. That's not enough for a pressure calc. It's got to be a block to bubble back up. I'm sorry, I take that back. That's not entirely true. I'm thinking of a weird situation. That's grates if you're doing wells. Grates can cause a second thing. There's like a flow update bug if you use a drawbridge and a grate. I take what I just said back. That bubbling thing for 7s, that's an update bug for something else. Going back to what I was just saying, it'll flow up to itself. If your water is here, it's not going to push back up because the pressure, it's not enough to push. If this was somehow like so, and this was all open, the water will start pouring across. It's not the same thing. That's just regular flow at that point. If you're able to pull that off, you will be able to notice that you've done that. That's actually really easy to set up, where you have walls, and I don't know why I did it that way. That was not the greatest way to do this. And you have water coming from one way into, say, a 2-wide hole, and it just pours straight down that hole. It'll do that fine. Like, the water can't cross, and you can set it up with things to get the water here. But once this is done, if this is flowing fast, the water will quickly shoot off across the hall. Two separate things entirely. Make sure that you are aware of where your high point is. However, the high point system can be interrupted by the low point. It's looking for the lowest point to fill up, or the lowest point that's closest. If you're doing this, and somehow you got an extra water here, it's not filling that. It won't fill this to here until every low point has been filled. It wants to try to fill equally. So what is happening here is that we have the water hitting the 7s. The 7 goes all the way around. It calculates. It's like, where am I? It calculates again. Everything is filled here. I need to get out. The water comes back up in the area that does not have 7s. But this is the key point. It comes back up to the closest square to the last time it went down, not to the closest point to the original source of pressure. My original source of pressure is over here. My closest opening is right there. It goes down here. The closest opening to down here is right there. I am now sending my entire moat through that drain's water through my hospital system, and my well is not overflowing. All the overflow is coming out here because the actual pressure source is there. You'll notice that there is a bit of a slowdown here because I do have 1 square of horizontal, but you can see when that big number hits and it goes 7, 7. That's when it's sending everything through. So that is kind of like the increment steps of how it does that sort of flow issue. Something is wrong with my drain. What did I do wrong with my drain? Something in my redesign of this drain allowed it to overflow, and I don't know where I made that mistake. It worked when it was dug. I got rid of it, and then I reconstructed it. And something has really made it angry. That the only thing I can think of is this is a floor. No, it kind of. Okay, this, I don't know what I've done. This construction was weird to begin with. This wasn't part of the thing. I'm just slightly distracted by the fact that it's not working, and I don't remember changing the design in here, so I don't know why it's not. Was this slightly wider? Did I provide too much of a choke until the end? That might have been it. Was the original design wider? I'm sorry, I've gotten distracted.
That's okay. Just while we're on distractions, the drawbridge and grate bug. Can you go over what you know about that? Because I've been doing some research into that myself.
So, I've seen it a lot as a drawbridge and grate bug. It doesn't need a drawbridge, and it's not necessarily a bug. You can, I mean, it is, but it isn't. The issue comes around with like grates, because you'll see a lot of times it'll be referenced as like the drawbridge bug or something. But every time I've run into it is because a grate was involved. I can go over it, but I have not experimented with it enough in detail to defend the point afterwards. If someone wants to be like, no, actually, it's because of this, I would probably cede the point because I've not investigated. So I can give my best try of what I think is happening.
Yeah,
but,
give your best guess, because I use the drawbridge and grate system quite a lot.
So I actually just run into this issue all the time without doing drawbridges, which is why I don't think it's
anything
like,
to do with drawbridge. Well, it's an interruption in the water flow.
Yes, it is an interruption in water. The first time I actually had this happen to me on stream was I was trying to fill a well. And when I was trying to do the well was being powered internally from a source of water from the river that was nearby. And the water went down, the water went up, and we were good. But the problem was that this was dangerous. This had an issue in that I was worried a monster would come in.
Yeah.
And there was X amount of pressure, and the water was good. The water got up to, say, this level. But at some point, every now and then, I let chat talk me into doing things. And they thought it'd be funny because there was an area that I wasn't using. They were like, well, why don't you run the water through that? So I ran the water basically through an uwu. For lack of a better word, this is what my chat said would be interesting. The water was coming in from the left, and the water had to go down, and there was a waterfall. And then I was trying to take some of that water off to feed the hospital. In the meantime, though, when I did that, I wanted to be able to go out there and, maybe, like I said, I was worried about safety. So I had stopped the water. And then afterwards, I'd stopped the water. I went in, I dug in, and I think I dug in like 2 levels. And then I had put in a grate. I should have inverted this actually. I installed a grate. And actually my math is a little off. Should be there because this is very particular for how the math was. I installed a grate. Then I let everything go. I resumed the system, and nothing happened here. Nothing, like it didn't work all of a sudden. Like the well couldn't access it because the grate was in the way. Why wasn't the water? Actually, I am 1 off. Why wasn't the water coming back up the 1 level? And so I went through, and we had to do with it, and I was trying to mess around in here, and I uninstalled the grate, and sure enough, the water went back up. The water did the one thing it was supposed to do. Okay, that's annoying. Flooded out part of the floor, got rid of that, put that back in, install the grate, let the water back through again. And for part of this, I'm working in here, I'm draining the water, to be clear. Like some parts of this are getting drained because this is where like my work area is. I let the water back through, and wouldn't you know it, it stopped at the grate again. So this is why I don't necessarily think it's a drawbridge bug, is that there is a point where for some reason the grate itself is the key to the bug. I think under certain circumstances, the grate basically counts as an extra Z level of pressure requirement. Once I had redone this, once I'd gone up 1, the water bubbled through fine every time. But when there's only the 1 level of pressure to it, the water, because the grate always seemed to be near the top. This is why I'm saying I haven't experimented enough to guarantee this. It's every time the grate was near the top, I was able to accidentally or purposely create this bug where the water wasn't updating. But like I said, the water was able to be updated I wasn't stopping the water behind it or anything. Like, I think that was kind of the issue, is the game would calculate what was above the grate and be like, okay, there's nothing there. So like it calculated the volume or something where it couldn't reach any further sources of pressure, so it had just stopped. However, I was able to keep overriding it by adding 1 level and forcing it, or actually this would now be here, forcing it to technically need to go 2 levels above the grate. And for some reason, when I forced it through this way, the water would only go up the 1 level. But as soon as I did anything, if I touched the grate or mined or whatever, actually, I don't even think I triggered it with mining. Once I touched it, did the update near it to make it flow kind of like how the drawbridge system works, then all of a sudden it pressured correctly. So I think it's less to do with the drawbridge and more to do with how the pressure wave or how the pressure calculation is working vertically back up through a grate. And I suspect if your water is flowing just vertically into it, then because this is doing flow, it's only calculating like 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. And if it's below the number, you're not sending it all through. Like if you do a 7, that's an actual pressure calculation. This needs to be somewhere else. But if it's a lower number, it's like that. It's like the little bubbling up. It's the secondary system. So if that secondary system's checks a grate, it won't do. But if you later get an update around the grate for it to be like, okay, can the water that's here flow again? Then for some reason that triggers the horizontal flow, and once the water or anything has a trigger, then the water flows normally.
I'll be able to test that for you because I've got an outstanding book. I can't test it today because it's not in my fortress.
You got a what?
I've had this situation with the grate twice. Actually, I've had it a few times because I use this system a lot. Now, there is a bug when it comes to the small updates involving small rivers. So when you're working with a U-bend like this with a grate in it, and you take your water source is from a brook rather than a river.
I never work with brooks, just to be clear.
If you, because I just work with whatever I've got. It's like if there's a water source, it'll do.
I like water and water pressure, and the brooks routinely. I like having
pressure.
Water as part of my defense, and brooks just annoy me.
So if I'm taking something like this and it's from a brook, if I interrupt, the last thing that I do, I build the whole system. The last thing that I do is channel down at the brook at the top. The whole thing works, no problem. Then I interrupt the flow because I want to do something else and switch it on, and it doesn't refill. It stops at the grate. What I found was I was only getting that problem. So this is bug A. I was only getting that problem when it was coming from a brook. And what I found is if I went out and rechanneled at the brook, it would cause the brook to update again. And it is a known bug that water from the brook doesn't update if it's interrupted. So I go back to the brook, do a channel next to the edge of the brook, and the brook would have to do its update, and then my water system would work again. So I thought I was on top of that. So if you're building that sort of device and you've been using a drawbridge or something to hold the water back while you've been finishing off your well build or whatever, and it doesn't flow past the grate, then go back out to the river or to the brook and channel a piece next to the brook again, and it'll cause it to update. And that's been working fine, and I've given that advice to other people and they've said that solved my problem. But just recently, on a Wednesday and a Friday, I do a coaching session with another streamer, Honey, and she's following my instructions on how to do this. And we put in a well. The water filled the reservoir because we built an interim reservoir. So we got that all done, but she hadn't quite finished digging out the bottom of the well. So we let the water in, let the water fill her interim reservoir, and she finished digging out the well. Let the drawbridge down so that the interim underground reservoir would then flow through and fill up her well.
Yep.
And then the water didn't go past the grate. The water stopped at the grate. And I said, it's okay. We know what this is. It's because it must be a brook. Go channel next to the brook. It'll cause the water to update and it'll start flowing again. So she did. And it didn't start flowing again. And I was like, I'm going to have to research this one.
So I think that sounds kind of like the thing I'm
like
mentioning.
What you're talking
because
about.
My interim thing was the big old uwu. And like I said, it works perfectly. Like that made me paranoid about grates. So all I ever did from there on out is I just made the U-bend 1 Z level deeper, and I lowered the grate by 1 more square. And that extra square of pressure, for some reason, like the extra square of pressure that should be above the grate, seemed to make it work. And I don't want to give an exact thing, but at least once, the square above the grate looked like it was 1 lower than it should be by my head calculations. So again, that's why I'm like, I think under some weird circumstance, the grate is counting as an entire level of pressure for some reason. And I don't know why. And it doesn't seem like, and it always ever seems to apply when I'm doing that weird U-bend for my well. Because that's the only time I have a grate in the water below something is for my well. So I've only ever run into it when I'm in hospitals, or kind of like this system, I just avoided using the grate.
Uh-huh.
But let's go ahead.
So
you know,
so an extra tile,
just one, like as stupid as it sounds,
the grate.
What worked for me, I mean above the grate technically, but if this is where it was and the grate was let's say here, I don't know, I've none of this is to scale anymore. All I would do is, if this is where everything is, I would lower the entire system by one. The back end of the system. Yeah. And then for some reason, that would make the grate update. And like I said, I don't pay attention to it enough because in my head it was just, grate's an extra square or whatever. So I just, from there on out, paranoidly always put it one down. On at least one occasion, the end result was one lower than it should have been. But again, I've never bothered exploring the thing because I've just always put the grate one level lower and it'll work. Is what I've just always done. So I never thought enough to look into it.
And to answer a question in chat, we are talking about floor grates because the idea of the U-bend is that when you've got an open, an external water source that is feeding internally into your fortress to feed something like a well, then there's the potential for water-breathing monsters like weirbeasts, for example, can swim into the river, can go down into the channel, into your well, and then come up through the well and into your fortress that way. So you might think you've got a completely sealed off fortress, and a weirbeast or any other creature that doesn't need to breathe, like the undead, they can just come up through your well. So one way to prevent that is to put in a U-bend and have a floor grate above the on the fortress side of your water source, because that way whatever is swimming through the water has to go up through a grate, and they can't get through the grate and they can't destroy it because the grate is above their head. So yeah, floor grate.
Floor grate. Also, I don't trust wall grates for anything.
No, I don't use wall grates for anything either.
All right. So there's that. You can now see over here, this water will eventually evaporate, but all the cubes, they're hitting. They are hitting. Every single one hits, but they're just ending up over there. Like this water is starting to evaporate. Nothing is dribbling anymore. So this is actually like the exact prime example I was talking about of that weird vertical calculation versus horizontal calculation.
Yeah, it's causing it to sort of teleport, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just teleporting over there now. Now somehow something in my drain was natural until last stream, and I was like, you know what'd be cool for the Sal stream? You know what'd be cool for the Kit Fox stream? I should dig this out and make it be artificial too. And now it's dribbling everywhere, making it cool. Why are you going backwards? I don't know. Like the tunnel is the exact same way it's always been. Something in there I've done wrong because it's not going down fast enough. Or this isn't updating sideways. Why are you not updating sideways fast enough? I don't know. It worked perfectly. Like this used to be just smooth ground. It worked perfectly before. Something about the artificial design. I'll have to take a look back at it later. Yeah. But again, more and more of it's evaporating. This is what I'm talking about. When it's working, ignoring the drain in the upper left, if you can get it to, this is the pressure flow, laminar flow, whatever the term, flow situation is when the blocks are 7s. It'll update from one end to the other. And you can kind of get this even without having full 7s if every step has another vertical drop next to it. So you can get this a bit early under most conditions. This is how I set up my drains. Usually they're mined though. That constructed one still has me wondering what's going on. But they'll update that way. You'll get it all the way through. You won't have to worry about any pressure.
And to get that step system, a ramp works as good as a one across, staircase down, one across, staircase down.
Oh my God.
What?
Is that what's different? Did I put? No, I did put ramps in this. Yes. I should have made that clear. Yeah, that's a slope. I usually always do it channeling down. So if you're channeling down, you should have a ramp. I don't think I've actually ever done it without a ramp. I've never thought.
No, I wouldn't imagine that doing a staircase and then a one across and then a staircase and one across would be the way to go. But I thought I would check your knowledge.
Oh, wait,
on that.
I'm sorry. Are you saying this? Hold on. I thought you were just talking about a straight drop. Are you saying that?
I'm talking about, so when you're doing the...
so this is not great.
Well, you're doing 3 there rather than 2. Draw your 2 again.
Okay.
Your 2 staircase, So what
are you trying to say?
All right, so what you could do, in theory, is instead of building a ramp to get your diagonal, you could put a staircase down and then go one across and a staircase down and one across and staircase down and one across.
That should work, yes. As long as this shape is maintained, I believe that'll...
Okay.
I'm not terribly aware of a difference between the flow of stairs and ramps. Like I said, though, I've never.
I mean, why would you do that? I don't know. Like the ramp's the obvious way to go. I've never put that into
practice. I've just always channeled.
Yeah.
This one is gonna have an issue. I know that's not what you were saying now, but that's gonna have an issue.
That'd have an issue because there's too many sideways.
Yep. I mean, who's how much? What are we at? How much time we got? We can experiment. I have no reason not to experiment with it.
Unless we can have a play with that. Like, do you want to? What else do you want to show us? We can go back and experiment later.
I'm not entirely sure. I wasn't certain what aspects or what questions there was going to be. So I kind of assumed that some things would be, probably brought into more detail or something. So I wasn't.
No, I was. I just didn't want to interrupt what you were showing us. Or had you reached the end of what you were showing us there?
I think for what I've built, I've basically reached the end. I had a thing set up for every example of what water was because it was water. So I don't know what the term for this would be. Lamellar flow set up. We had the horizontal flow set up. We did the diagonal flow set up. I could do one to do vertical, but again, I think it's pretty safe to say that we understand what that problem would be.
Yeah, cool.
I think for everything I was trying to do, I have for the initial class gone over it.
Cool. I'm happy to experiment then.
Okay. Yep. Experiment 1 is the stair system, yes?
Yeah. Let's see how the stairs compare to the ramps and if there's a difference.
What I'm going to do is I don't see why I couldn't just piggyback off my original system here.
Yeah.
So I am.
You'd always be able to put ramps back.
Or no, worst case scenario, I would just I'm going to wall this off and have the ramps come down the backside of the stairs. Like I can we'll set this up so I can just destroy it afterwards, or cover up the entrance.
Yeah.
That didn't seem right. I mean, not. Oh, that one's constructed wall because okay, wait, hold on. This one's going to have to be where it goes horizontal. We're going to have to get our experiment done with that because this is a constructed wall. So this whole area, just as a side thing, this whole area is also through the aquifer.
Yeah.
So originally I had way more tunnels at the south end of this to drain the aquifers. And what we're doing is we're running into where I filled one of the tunnels. So what we're going to have to do is where I've just done only a few levels, we're going to have to make it go horizontal a bit early. Unless I go down and then go back, which shouldn't be a problem, but I would have to construct it. And I suspect we'll have to baby them a little bit. I will get rid of these grates so I can cover that with wall. Ledge Kindred on the Kid Fox stream is asking, your mist generators are using windmills. Is there another way to use mist generators if you are underground? Yes. Under normal conditions, I actually prefer to use water wheels. There's lots of tutorials. There's a compact one called like the water reactor. I use a bigger system for mine. Nothing against it. If I'm going to have a power system, I prefer to have like a power floor. It just looks meatier. But you can use a water wheel to generate more power than you are consuming. A water wheel produces 100 unit power, I believe.
It's 100 minus 10 because it requires power for itself.
All right.
So
a water wheel produces 90 units of power, and while a water wheel is 3 long, the 3 length is pointless. Who cares? It is 1 wide. The 3 length is pointless because you're building it in the middle of water, and if your water is only flowing 3 squares or less, you probably got to, except for using the water reactor exploit thing, if you're just in a natural flow of water, you're going to be longer than 3.
Yeah. And I did a session a couple of streams back. We did a session with Blind where we built one of those.
Yep. So the big thing is it's 1 wide to do 90, and you can use one to support the one next to it. I believe even the water reactor has two next to each other with a 1 square in the middle. Is that the one that Blind used?
Yeah, that's the one that we had.
All right. So the big thing though is that they can support each other. So if you do a system, say, and they're going to draw on the map again.
Yeah.
I believe what I like to do is 1, 2, 3. Put that. This should be representative of the water level. 1 level down. And then you would have to be 2, 2. This is the wall. Bear with me. This is the water. Go back up. This is a very small, not necessarily correctly to scale, very fast drawing of a system I prefer to use. These should have been 7s for the screw pumps. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Did I actually do that right? Oh my God, that's 2A scale. I usually make it a lot longer, but what I like to do is this, where you have a slight ramp here, or I say ramp. Everywhere you see blue is actually channeled down. That's where the water is supposed to be. At one end of it, you have 3 screw pumps going to the left. At the other end of it, you have 3 screw pumps going right. There is 1 floor in front of the middle ones and 2 floors in front of the inner ones. The idea being that any water they pump out is likely to end up on the outer row first. This immediately goes out. This has a 1 in 5 chance, well, less because of the 7 and the 7. So it's like a 1 in 3 chance, 2 in 3 chance of being on the outer edge, and this one falls towards the middle. The idea being that this is your high gradient, and it flows along the top and then goes down. So what you can do is, please don't be on the water. You weren't on it. Anything. What you can do is, every 3 areas, you build a 3x3 of water wheels, a 3x3 of water wheels, a 3x3 of water, a 3x3 of water wheels. They're connected here. Let's pretend like this is ground, but this would be the machine part, the axle thing, not the axle, I'm forgetting what it is right now. We're going to use the mechanism so you can redirect the energy flow. It would have one for each of the wheels. There's an axle between them. This is all in one line. I'm just showing how this would be. There's an axle between them so that they are all off of the same power system. Mm-hmm. And then one of the wheels in the middle sends power in. You have the two axles to each other, mm-hmm. and you would be connected. Actually, I did this off the wrong wheel, but this would be connected there. This would be connected to that row, connecting out this way. Hold on. Let me make sure this actually makes sense. So just saying this way and that way. There we go. If this is a wheel, that's a wheel, that's a wheel. And it is all three. I'll use sixes. I'll use sixes for where the wheels are. And I will use fives for the center points of the wheels. So we can all be tracking. Oops, hold on. This should have all been sixes. 6. Do the 5 for the center point. 5, 5, 5, and 5. There we go. Yeah, my design was slightly wrong looking. All right. Where this one has a center point, you come out. Where this one has a center point, you come out. You have a axle, like that one. You have an axle come in, connect to these. So this is already being powered by all of these. This is being powered by all of these. And your excess power, you just send out via vertical axles. Uh-huh. And the reason why I prefer this system, because one, I like power floors. It's not compact. I'm not entirely sure how efficient this compares to a reactor. One, looks cool. 2, easily expandable. All you have to do is channel that out. Like, you can just wall this in, and you can just go further. Like, you just keep going straight out in either direction. And as long as it's in a group of 3, you just repeat it. You can just construct all this, and you're good. It all ends up, because these two center axles never need a change. Like, your power delivery system never needs to move. You only need to expand out where the screw pumps are, and it should be fine.
And I've got a water reactor on my fortress. If we do anything on my fortress, then I'll demonstrate that.
Yep. Someone in my chat, Code Dependent, has pointed out that there's another issue. Water wheels produce 100. Windmills produce 40, 20, or 0, depending upon the map's wind.
Indeed.
Now, to be clear, it's the map's wind. I'm down in a pit. The idea of how much is reaching down here should be an insane idea. And we're powering plenty. We're powering 80. We have active power. This is 40. This is 40, 40, 40, 40, 40. Because each of these power supplies is 80. So I got lucky with a map with high wind. And down here, we got plenty of it. Doesn't really matter where it is, as long as it's outside.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it doesn't all have to be outside. 3 squares of this windmill are inside, because they're below this.
Well, it will have been outside at one point. Did you build a...
Yes.
Yeah, it's been exposed to the air at some point.
That's above ground, though, is what I'm saying. That's above ground, not necessarily inside. Mm-hmm. Have you guys done farming, or are you doing farming?
Oh, we've done farming.
Okay. You discussed the difference between inside, outside, above, and below ground, yes?
Yeah.
All right. Again, just in case anyone's wondering, if you look at the mini map, you can see what is below ground because it's lighter. You can see that's a lighter gray, so you can easily see what's below ground, because the current graphics don't let you see that anymore. The old system, you could see above ground, below ground, inside, outside, but now you can see what's inside, below ground by looking at the map color. I'm assuming everyone saw that other one, but if you didn't, if you're doing windmills, you can use that, assuming there's ground by. Artificial terrain doesn't do that, but the natural ground will. It'll have different colors for above and below ground. So this is above ground, but 3 of the squares are inside.
So, Oak Tree in chat says that you think the center of the windmill needs to have open sky above it.
It's the center that does. Okay.
Yeah, but Blind told me that you can now fully enclose a windmill as long as it was once exposed to the sky. A bit like how trees will grow underground as long as it was once exposed to the sky. Now, haven't tested it, don't know.
Well, I mean, that's an easy test. We'll just build one over here. Because luckily, the one thing about windmills is they only need wood. The one thing I didn't have access to in that one square was wood. I did not do that correctly. There we go. No, someone's doing it. Now, how do those stairs work? Because we've been trying to give them time. Should have known.
Oh yeah, hit the aquifer.
Tried that again. That means we'll need to smooth the walls, but that up here, well, the one nice thing, I will say the one nice thing about this is that if you're doing it stairs, actually, no, hold on. Why do I have it? Nope, never mind. Stair would have the same issue as the ramp. For some reason, I thought because you're doing a stair that you wouldn't have the aquifer above you, but that's just patently false. Come on. Continue, please. Also, let's cover up this wall. Limestone. Code dependent is saying it will work until you reload a save.
Ah.
Well, I believe you, but might as well throw the test in. All right, where is this miner? Okay, that one came through at least. As long as one of them has gone through, I can start removing. Nope, I thought I had artificial wall. It's not till the next level that I have the artificial wall. Okay. This is dirt, so this is all going to be wet no matter what. Now the upper one, you been covered yet? Nope, still waiting for that to get constructed. But even if it'll work until you reconstruct the save, or if that prevents it, it's for wood and not much action. Like, as long as you have really good access to it, that shouldn't be a problem. Like, that's just a little bit of housekeeping every time you load a save. That's still very useful. Because what that means is that you have a backup power system. You have something's gone wrong, I can build a bunch of windmills across and we'll be good to go. Assuming that the flaw to this is that it works until you reload. This is under, right? Yep. All right, let that go through. Now, for the actual experiment, I believe the setup is the same. It shouldn't. This will have issues for sure, but
yeah,
this part shouldn't. We will stop. Where am I? Down here. Oh, I did have one thing. I forgot I had a thing. I'm so sorry. There is a reason why this hospital is here, or this water wall. I looked at it when I was doing the first tour, and I was like, that's not important. We have a better one. I forgot. This has been here for so long. I forgot what I was doing with this. If you have a big area, this is not necessarily a water physics thing, but this is how you can use the water physics. If you have a big area, like the temple here, and you want to try to make sure your dwarves are passing through the mist generator, if you can only have space for one, but the room is big, you can use the traffic manager, forbid everything around. They can still walk through it. It means it takes 25 squares to do so, but the pathfinding algorithm, if you forbid everything around it except the direction that would make it go through the mist generator, you can force them to do that, and you can make them cross right through the middle of the mist generator That way, if you're doing a mist generator, you can maximize it. You can have this in a big room and kind of just make everyone, for some reason, swerve over into the mist generator on their way about their daily lives. The mist generator does not have to necessarily be in the exact middle or to cover a massive area. You can still trick and lure your dwarves into using it. So you can put it out of the way if, say, for some reason, directly above it would be something important on a different floor. You can just make the dwarves go to where you want them to. I forgot about that. I'm so sorry. All right, he's doing that.
Mm-hmm.
You... There's a dwarf here. Why was there a dwarf there? All right, that I think is all good. I have blocked off the source. We shall block off, or we shall open up the drain and see how this works.
Oh, I've lost your screen.
Is it back now?
Yeah. Whenever you click off the game, it brings up Discord on your screen instead.
That is... I did not know that. I'm so terribly sorry. Oh. The chat's laughing at me. Well, I was trying to fix something. I had paused the game. I didn't know I'd paused the game. All right. They're going to pull? Someone's coming to pull.
Yeah, they'll get it.
It seems to update just as correctly as it used to. Because if it wasn't, we'd be seeing a lot higher numbers.
Yeah, yeah.
Like a 4 is not bad. That just means a 2 hit a 2. Yeah, and as soon as it goes horizontal, that's when you can start having... We didn't have enough time for it to build up pressure for it to really hit big numbers, but... Yeah, nope. That seems to work just as fine.
So, now we know.
Yep. Oh, actually, that did set up a good thing to show, because I didn't interrupt it before. The diagonal pressure system. We have a build up here where we're hitting 5s.
Uh-huh.
It's up in the middle, so we're not hitting 7s, but we are hitting higher than anything before it was. So, and we're getting 6s. So it's having to split from here and then drain again, and then the pressure builds back up. So we actually have a 7 wave back here, nothing here, a 4, 5, and a 6 wave here, kind of nothing, kind of nothing. So that actually served as a decent example of literally wherever there's a horizontal space, your water's going to start pressuring up and having issues. I'm sorry, I'm using the opposite of the game's pressure. Your water's going to start filling up and having issues. We're going to have much depth that'll cause problems. Whereas every time, even if it's after the fact, so if for some reason you wanted to, you could have, if you were walking through the floor, for instance, you could do that as much as I would not necessarily recommend it. You could theoretically do that and have this area, for instance, be a hallway doing this, where this is a ramp with a grate above, and then this is actually channeled down. I mean, your water has a chance of flowing sideways. You'd probably need to have a lot of grates, but you could interrupt the system and have a hallway or something. Why you would do this, I don't know.
But you could.
But you could. I have absolutely no clue, because if you purely diagonally out of... But if you were trying to come up with some convoluted cleaning system, maybe
yeah.
you could do that. Yeah, because if you just did the same traffic thing I said before and you made them walk on the top side, because the diagonal part's always going to be low as long as the grates around it are draining.
I tell you where I did have something like this. Chat, this is a few years back, Chat challenged me to make a foot bath out of soap blocks. So this is back in the days when you could make blocks out of soap.
This would be a perfect example to do that. Because usually when people do something like this, they'll have like an area where they have a hall and they have a down a level, and then they have the water coming in sideways at a low level, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is this kind of like the normal idea for like the foot bath?
Yeah.
So you could use this in the middle of just a regular hallway, which would make this weird. The whole idea is you're inverting kind of, where the water now isn't even showing. It's coming from it's coming from the ceiling up here like a really small mist generator, where the water will be coming through here and then hitting hitting a bunch of grates around here. And these grates, now the level below is going to kind of suck. Like, you don't want to do this 2 back to back, because this is a lot of horizontal that can flow back and forth. But as long as you had, you know, another one down below it afterwards, the water would be unable to pressure back up, and so could not be dangerous.
I think in my fortress I had it coming in from the side, and then it would go through. So where you've got the long flat bit there in that staircase, that was my hallway. It was flowing down a ramp from the left hand side, and then flowing down a ramp again on the right hand side, and then it was picked up by a screw pump, sent up through a pump stack and circled around.
Oh, you just recycle the same water?
Yeah, I was just recycling the same water.
That's ingenious.
I can't remember why. It was. There'll have been reasons.
You've given me another idea. See, I had these ideas like weeks ago, and then I forgot them all, Sal, but I'm remembering them again. Here's what we're going to do, chat. Follow me. I have a light aquifer. Light aquifers. Is aquifer part of the water thing, or is this under someone else's purview? I don't want to step on someone else's toes.
Do what, sorry? Was the no? We're
I was about to go into aquifers
no,
and how to
go into
maximize
it. Yeah,
them.
yeah. No, it's fine.
I wasn't sure if this was someone else's show.
No. I didn't realize you were asking the question of me for a second there. No, it's fine. No, do it.
Okay. So, realizing for some reason, I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier, that an aquifer is in fact a thing of water. There are 2 different types of aquifers. Everyone knows this. We don't really need too much of a class necessarily on aquifers. However, there are sufficient ways to use aquifers, and there are ways to get a lot more out of them. I got to get down here. Do I have access to this level? If I don't, I'll make it. We'll do that. There is a heavy aquifer and there is a light aquifer. Heavy aquifer, a lot of people hate aquifers and they install mods and stuff to get rid of them, and I can see why. Aquifers can be a bit of a pain, but aquifers can provide fantastic uses, but they each have their own benefits and their own drawbacks. I do not mean that there is a pro and a con of them related to each other. I mean, there's actually different benefits entirely to heavies as well as lights. There is a good bonus to some. The other one does not have a bonus or a drawback related to it. They should be treated as 2 different entities. A heavy aquifer is a stone that'll generate a lot of water relatively fast. Like, if you're just digging down a stairwell system, you're going to have a bad time. It's just not going to work. If you're not prepared to do it correctly. Now, if you're new to aquifers and you have a heavy aquifer, you should think of a heavy aquifer less like a source of water. It's doable, but if you're new to it, don't think of it as a source of water. Heavy aquifer produces too much water. There are ways to get through it. I don't have it heavy, but we can go through some of those in a bit for how to deal with them. But if you're fresh to aquifers, just not really a good idea. However, the main benefit to an aquifer is not how much water it can give you, it's how much water it can take away. Everything we've done so far with the drain and vertical calculations and horizontal calculations and diagonality of your water drainage system goes out the window. Aquifers defy physics. If you have an aquifer and you dig a hole into another aquifer, do you know where that water will fill up, chat? the water will fill up nowhere. An aquifer that is a heavy produces a massive amount, an unlimited amount of water really fast, but it also absorbs just as much water even faster. The water just disappears. So if you have a heavy aquifer on your map, you don't even need necessarily to dig a diagonal system to get the water off the map, because as long as you can get that water anywhere near the heavy aquifer from above, do not dig into an aquifer from below, particularly a heavy one, then the water can just be dumped into it and it'll just disappear. Like, doesn't matter how deep, how much water you pour into an aquifer, if you have a level of an aquifer below it, it will all disappear and only fill up to the lowest level of that aquifer. Aquifers should be thought of, heavy ones should be thought of as sponges.
If you drill a hole in a sponge, it's going to leak water everywhere. If you pour water onto a sponge, it's going to soak it up.
Yep. Light aquifers, though, not quite so useful, but they do still have very strong benefits. And I'm going to use those benefits right now, though I admit I already screwed up the first hole. I should not. That was supposed to be a stairwell. All right, doesn't matter. You know what I can easily do? We're just going to dig down a few. How about that? If you mess up, you just dig again.
Yeah.
A light aquifer, on the other hand, which is what I have, is to be used as an actual source of water. A lot of things like that initial design for a foot bath I discussed, a lot of problems you're going to have if you're trying to do a lot of these like little is trying to, hold on, I gotta make sure I do this. No, not that square, the next square down. I gotta make sure I do this correctly. Wait, hold on. No. I'm going into Kaolinite. Not into Kaolinite. Kaolinite's a bad idea. Dig down here, go over there. What was I saying? I'm sorry, I got distracted. I realized this is the wrong stone. Oh, no, we're closer than I thought. Light aquifers. Light aquifers are really effective at being sources of water at a pressure that you can handle. Where are you? It's the aquifer from above. Okay, I know what's going on. Good enough. 2, 3, 4, 5. It's too much. We'll go here. We're going to have to babysit this the whole way, though.
Yeah.
So like I said, the issue is, say you're tapping into a river, a stream, a brook. I mean, it's still a river, but the massive rivers that are like multi Z levels wide. Problem is you end up with too much water and too much pressure. A light aquifer cannot draw away any water. Doesn't matter. It's just not going to happen. Not that. You. There, and there. Whereas a heavy aquifer could, a light aquifer cannot at all. But a light aquifer doesn't generate that much water. So as long as you have ways to maximize the water, as weird as it sounds, as long as you have ways to maximize the amount of water coming out of an aquifer, the amount of maximization you do will actually determine how much your flow is if you're doing a project. So what I'm hoping for, and I'm doing this blind, is I'm hoping that as I ramp up, I'm trying to create a star pattern. And the point of this star pattern, please go through. Actually, I should be doing this on every... No. Yes, but no. I already... Fuck. I've done this a few times, and I swear every time I do it, I always make a similar mistake. So this was down here, it goes up there. You go there, you go there. You're not an aquifer, are you? I did this straight into dry stone.
You got a map covered in aquifers.
I've got a map covered in aquifer, and I can't find water when I need it. This is my luck. Where's a lot of sandstone? Sandstone will work. Please stay as sandstone. Please. Please say as sandstone.
So question there was about the why not kaolinite? Is it because you know that you don't have an aquifer in the kaolinite?
Yes. So I mean, if we're gonna, we'll say change paces a little bit. There's only certain stones that are aquifers. However, it's a test you don't need to memorize for. You can go into any map and you can play like a game of Minesweeper to figure out what is and is not the aquifer table on your map. For instance, this stone all the way around here, not wet at all. You know what that means? It can't be an aquifer. It can't be, because it's not wet. Now, this bauxite says that it's wet, but this will show it's wet if a stone around it or above it is an aquifer. So if this stone's dry, that means no stone around or above it is an aquifer, meaning that stone can't be the aquifer. So you're going to have false positives, and it becomes like a mystery game of elimination. If this stone says that type of stone is dry, then that stone must not be able to have the aquifer in it. So we know that it's not going to be the limestone. We know it's not going to be the bauxite. Sandstone, though, there are areas where you're not going to have it, but for the most part, whenever there actually is an aquifer, that's going to be a sandstone. This is because of things back there. In this particular level, the stone that happens to be the aquifer one is sandstone. I think there is one other one, but like I said, you can look it up. It's listed. There are certain stones it applies to. It's studying for a test you don't need. You know, just do a little bit of dig somewhere to scope it out. What stone is causing the wet symbol? That stone, you'll keep finding it. That stone is what your aquifer is. In this case, I know that it's not tetrahedrite. I mean, it's not a metal ore anyways, but I know it's not the kaolinite. Kaolinite is also a porcelain. That's just what you use for porcelain. It's a waterproof clay. You know, that one's actually just kind of a knowledge thing. That's your like waterproof clay stone. Yeah. But in this case, I already knew that my aquifer was the sandstone. And I found Jet doing this. You might not know that, but like I said, I couldn't find enough Jet until my last stream. I looked everywhere for Jet, and this tiny hole I dug accidentally runs right into Jet, just to mess with me. All right, where was that hole? I need a good area. I was going to do it from bottom top, but you know what? I'll undo that and go top bottom, because I know that this is already decently surrounded by aquifers. So I'll go through this right here. This is an area I was filling in because I want to get rid of excess wood. And this is where an aquifer was. How? I can't. I have an entire map of aquifer, and the instant I want to use it, I can't find it. Okay, how about below? This is solid aquifer. All right, let's get rid of the floor here. Ignore this. Go away. So the idea being, though, like I said, you can control where the aquifer is. Or I should say you control where the aquifer goes, the water flow goes on a light aquifer. The issue with water is that there's a point of criticality. If you are below a certain amount of water flow in an area, it's not going to work. You're not going to build up. You're not going to be able to use it much. Once you are above that flow, though, you have way more flow than you might be prepared for. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Think of it like a reactor's criticality event. Once you've burned through the radon, if you've got radon poisoning in the reactor, suddenly the temperature will skyrocket. Your output's going to go. And in this case, the thing inhibiting your water is the level 1. Number 1, very bad number. You don't want that number. Once you get everywhere to be a 2, though, suddenly the water will not evaporate and you'll have too much water. Hold on. So I'm doing this. I would love the wood to go away, but this will work. So this is just a simple 5 pattern. I am channeling in a weird diagonal grid in a 5x5 pattern. What I'm going to do, the level down below this, please get rid of the wood. Please, I beg you, get rid of the wood. Because the more the wood's in the way, the harder this is going to be for me to visualize. Because I want the corners. I'm going to dig you. All right. Every level you do this, you go in by 1. The trick is that you are doing this alternating and you don't touch any of these central pillars. You don't, this is why we're channeling. You don't dig, you want them all to be there. And this is going to be quite dangerous here in a little bit if you don't get this done for me. Channel. And every level, I'm going to just repeat the pattern, but leave the outermost squares alone. So in this case, it was a 5x5 pattern, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3. Then it was a diamond of 3. Now I'm doing a 2 square, or 3x3 square, 2, 1, 2. As soon as they channel. Come on, work with me. Channel. Channel it for me. You're not channeling. This is like the crucial square. Channel that one out. And this has actually mostly worked better than I was intending. And we'll let that go. I wouldn't like it to be this horizontal. I would do another little diagonal. You know, am I?
You could ramp down from there, couldn't you?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was going to say I would usually do a diagonal thing to try to maintain the pressure. There's no reason not to. Now, this can take a little bit to get going. And under normal circumstances, I would actually do that bigger. I think the last map I did this on, it wasn't a 5. It was a 13, I think, that I had started on. But the idea can be made. It doesn't really need, and it ended up in an aquifer. It doesn't really need to go anywhere. But you can already see kind of what I was talking about. So the idea is when you're harvesting water, what you want to do is you want to maintain all the stone or all the dirt and stone. You want to maintain it all. When an aquifer is generating water, like let's say this is a square of aquifer, it'll generate randomly in any of its orthogonal squares, not diagonal. This is good to know for harvesting water and preventing water generation. If you are on the outside digging in, and you're digging and you're digging and you're digging, and you get to where where it says wet and you don't want to mine, you're safe. Like, you're still good unless it's actually generating water. It doesn't matter how wet it says it is. Even if this is the one, like that says wet, but this says dry, and you can mine all the way around here. And these corners will say wet. Like, they will, to be clear, they will say wet. But you can only generate the water orthogonally. So you can mine that one, that one, that one, and that one. As long as you don't mine those 4, you're good. Meaning,
I didn't know that.
Yep. Meaning you can mine into it diagonally if you're able to process of eliminate, dig around it. It's like safely mining out adamantine. So if you have a light aquifer, kind of the problem is it's a slow killer under normal conditions. Not a lot of water, but it's producing enough and consistently. So if you're not paying attention to it, it'll start building, particularly the more you mine into it. Now, if you're doing a pattern like this isn't one square. This is a square that is being fed to by 4 squares. This square is being fed to by 4, fed to by 4, so on and so forth. It's a light aquifer, though. Like I said, ones are bad. Ones can evaporate. So you got to get that water somewhere. If this was a flat floor, there's a good chance the water's evaporating even before you're filling it up, if your area is big enough, before it's even filling it up. So what do? Inside, you channel 1 deeper, meaning that if these squares ever hit a 2, they'll dump their water into this area. So this area is what's calculating now. All right, that's pretty, and this is all the way through. If any of these generated water in the middle, water in those, they automatically went to the next row, including these ones. These are the only, and they're going down. So any of these generating water falls. Misgenerator, whatever you want to say, it's down here now. You do the same channeling down here, except these are still being fed by 4, but they're being fed by 4 in the same vertical line as the level above it. So all their water is getting condensed to one point. You make it smaller again. We've hit the ground here. And the whole idea is that it's funneling everything to here.
Funnels? Do you think when the dwarfs write all the books about funnels, do you think this is what they're talking about?
This and funnel cake. I have a sneaking suspicion that all the dwarves have been loving is funnel cake. So, again, the issue with this is light aquifers are kind of iffy. They'll kill you when you're not paying attention to them because they're a slow death. And the instant you want them doing something, you're not going to be getting much. This right here, not great. This is still not, oh, actually, this right here, fantastic. Because this one hit a 2, we're good. Because if it's possible for 1 to hit a 2, once it hits a 2, it won't evaporate. So we're not losing this water anymore. This can only slowly fill to 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, then 7. Once that's up high enough, you'll have a 1 floating back and forth up here. You know what? If you have a 1 floating back and forth, that's really a 2 on 2 1s, because it's not going to float if it's just a 1, obviously. If you have 2 floating back and forth, you're reducing the chance of evaporation until 1 more water. Then you have 2 2s. Now you have 2 squares that aren't evaporating, so you can stockpile more water. You keep that going up depending upon what you're doing. You feed that in a different. You can actually get a lot going. If you don't start with a 5, you make this big. Like I said, my last one had this over a course of like a 13. I'm not going to do the full thing, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. If I did it like this, if I funneled it down to a 1 or 2 wide, I could make it go across the hole, and you could guarantee you could refine it so that it's only got a depth of 2 or 3 or maybe, so that you could use it to wash off your dwarves if they're going to the hospital, what have you. And then afterwards, you just do the diagonal thing we said before. You run it off the map. Completely good. Completely passive water generation system that is completely safe because there's no monster forming in the middle of an aquifer. It's not exposed to the outside. I'm not running a screw pump. There is no point of failure. The issue is, well, there's no point of failure during operation. There's no maintenance. There's nothing to... The only issue is you got to be careful when you're digging it out, and you got to make sure that you've hit the flow correctly and you have a drain. If you're generating too much water, it won't necessarily be that useful. The drain will keep it out, so it'll be safe. If you're generating too little water, I
think we're losing RNG. RNG, I think we might be losing you.
Okay. Hold on. Do you hear me now?
Yeah, it's not an audio problem. I think it's a bandwidth problem because the stream started to lag a little bit there as well.
All right. I clicked out of it.
Okay, 1 second.
I'm in the Discord. I'm trying to see if anything has popped up that I can fix.
I tell you what, while you're having a look at that, or while we are letting Discord rest for a minute, one thing that I wanted to have a look at, a completely different topic. I often do this where we will do something for a while and then have a look at a dwarven story. I've got a story time prepared. Let me just close the stream. I'll pick up your image in a moment.
What image?
Sorry, your stream.
Oh, well, I figured because my Discord also still the entire time had me seeing your computer. So I figured if I just cut down my stream from you, we should be good.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Should work. Hopefully.
All right. Do you want to share your screen again then? We'll come back to the story in a moment.
Hold on. I had closed it. Let me bring it back up. Can you see it again?
No. Try doing a share screen again.
All right. Am I not doing that? You're right, I'm not. Let's try you. Can you see it now?
There we go. Right, let me grab that and bring that back on screen.
We'll see if this can hold.
Yeah.
Like I said, as soon as I minimized the thing, I realized I still had that second window up where I was streaming from yours.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, if that's the first time we hit a bandwidth problem, way to go, our internet. But as I was saying, something like this, it is a bit much on the work. And if you've started too big or your miners are too slow, this can also be an issue. Because depending upon if you set the drain or not, you're like digging out your own death as you do it. Because you're going down. Like you want to make sure you're hitting every square, so you're channeling. You could do it going up ramping, but then you have issues making sure that middle square is always at the bottom. So there's a little bit of finagling to it, but if your flow is good and everything's right, then like I said, the last base I did, the one at the end of the pre-stream one, I had a washing system for in front of my hospital that maintained like 3, occasionally spiked at 4 depth. And it's a completely passive system. Excuse me. It's a completely passive system. And because it's safe, it's internal, it's underground, it's not spawning anything. There's no machines to worry about. No tantrums are going to break it. It's just water generating and water flowing. And if you've done the drainage glitch off the edge of the map, it'll just be going off the edge of the map and you should be good. Everything will be fine. So I do work with aquifers. I like aquifers. Light, again, good source of water. Heavies, good drainage of waters. Different strategies to solve the 2 of them. At some point, a lot of people, if I had known before I did this map that this map was going to have this much of an aquifer, I would have done a mod to get rid of the aquifers, just because this has been admittedly just too much effort. They're everywhere. It is an absolute pain. But they are fun to work with once you get going. Now, speaking of getting going, there are a couple things to be aware of when it comes to squares. Like I said, a square can generate water orthogonally. Now, a water cannot pressure up, so a square... Oops, sorry, hold on. These are going to look exactly the same anyways. This is a vertical view. This is a horizontal view. So you'd be surprised, but it basically looks the exact same. Water can't go up, but it can go down. If you dig below an aquifer, like if this is all aquifer, and you dig down here, you're still just going to get wet. Go away. Why are you not? There you go. You're going to get wet. That's the 5th square of the aquifer. And this 5th square is where light aquifers get you. This is all light. This is all that 5th square. If you look, these walls are smooth. I'll get into why that's important in a second. But these walls are smooth. They're not part of consideration. All of these filled up. I mean, this isn't even by a wall. All of these filled up because of that 5th square of aquifer. These aquifer above them's 5th square. And as opposed to what I was saying earlier about needing to condense them down, if you're directly below an aquifer, surprise, every square generates water. So you don't have to worry about trying to get them to condense or anything like that. So that 5th square is where a light aquifer is its most dangerous. That's where you're going to have problems. Now, ignoring that, like just putting that to a side, if you're paying attention to an aquifer, don't be below it. There are ways to identify and use aquifers. So, where is a good area for aquifer down here? I'm going to do you because you're sandstone. I'm just going to mine. Oh, not you. I'm just going to mine into this bad boy. Oh, wait. No, you're a cliff. Are you outside? Oh, my God. That's my outside thing. I'm not going to mine into my own
I was going to say, maybe not dig into that.
Yeah, not my own cliff. Where is the big holes from below? Here we go. These usually had some good aquifers. I mean, this has an aquifer, but it's also draining. Yeah, you had aquifers. You're good enough. You've also been dug above, though. I will dig down here. We're going to dig down here a set distance so we can play with this aquifer. Yeah, I've got members in my chat who have been making fun of my suffering because of us fighting that jet and stuff. I was literally having to import jet because I couldn't find enough jet, but without any wagons, the traders only ever had enough weight capacity to bring in 4 stones of jet a year.
No wonder it took you so long.
So I've been building off of 16 blocks a year.
Oh my word. I mean, you know, it's a huge project. I wasn't surprised it took so long, but
that definitely didn't help. We were able to work around it for the longest time because of how much hematite and stuff we mined out. So I had what I called the Great Iron Wound. I had a giant iron floor across the middle of it to fill in the hole so I could keep working. Okay, we've dug into this plenty so that we can see kind of what we're working with. Couple things of note, just flat out rules. Everyone can write this down, no worries. 1, metal is not an aquifer, just not. So if anything, tetrahedrite, limonite, anything says ite, pure copper, pure silver, pure gold, anything that is a metal, not an aquifer, not an issue. We are going to be having issues from aquifers above, but it's not the tetrahedrite. So you can know that's not your problem. Anything that's a gem, not an aquifer. That's not what's generating your water. In this particular case, we know what our issue is. It's sandstone. But I'm going to get a lot of weird false positives because of the aquifer up here. So I'm going to mine this aquifer up here. We're going to have to babysit that a little bit. But if all goes well, we should see parts of this drying up. Can they reach it? Is this a floor? Yeah, this is a floor. I think so. He's down there. What are you doing? You're apparently leaving me. Thank you. Thank you for being the employees of the year. All right, take out the sandstone. Some of the water that's already leaked is causing an issue. It just spread to be evenly. Come on, keep going. Oh, and there's also some sandstone behind it too. It's going to cause an issue for some of these. That one's got an aquifer above, but it's not an issue. All right, I was really hoping to have done this before the other water dropped, but we can discuss that as well. And we found some more coal. Coal is always good to find anyways. So, I was trying to show off something else. We're going to have to wait a little bit for evaporations to happen. In the meantime, we're going to go over the rules of aquifer hot cold. As you dig around, you see something is wet. Something is wet means one of 3 things. 1, that square or one of 4 things. 1, that square has an aquifer above it. If you mine it, there will be water forming in that square. 2, the square has an aquifer in a square touching it on that Z level. It could generate water in that square. If it's the diagonal one, not much of a worry. If you're sitting there watching the thing and that's not generating water and that's not generating water, this one is because of that one, then you know that you can just mine out. There's a decent chance you can mine out that diagonal. You'd have to watch out the square above it, but other than that, it would be safe to mine out. So treating it like it's Minesweeper, you can mine that out, no problem. I need you to evaporate. The third thing that can reveal a wet symbol on a square is if there's just water by it. If you have water touching a square at all, it's going to show up as wet. If you have, where are you, river? There you are. This is not aquifer. Like, you can see the water updating and disappearing as the water goes through. This is not aquifer, but if there is a water touching it, it'll show as wet because it's also warning you that there could be water behind it. And the fourth and last thing is the square itself's an aquifer. So don't. The problem is because of, I've lost the other one. Because of the ability to warn you that the square behind it is an aquifer, meaning, mining me could cause water, versus I'm the aquifer, meaning if you mine me, you won't have the water. It can be kind of counter. So everything ends up being a bit of a logic puzzle. Now, if the aquifer is dirt, your only solution is to get rid of it. If you delete a dirt, that dirt is no longer an aquifer, not going to have a problem. If you build something constructed there, wood, stone, it really doesn't matter. You could build it out of the exact same material that is the aquifer on that level. I could mine this out, build sandstone wall, it will not leak. Constructed will stop water. If it's dirt, you got to get rid of it. If you're wet but you're not generating water, that means somehow the water's behind that square, so you're kind of fine. But normally what you're going to have to do is mine out the dirt and put wood there. This is what is that?
Oh, what?
What?
Is that in a library?
Did he make a book? Yeah, did he make? Is that what he mean? He made a book?
He's independently discovered the diseases of creatures.
Sweet. Way to go with kleptomania. I thought the thing was because Alan Pega claimed his shop.
No, I think that's due to intellectual discussions. Not necessarily that he's or she's written a book. You know when you read through legends and you come across a character who has independently discovered something?
Yeah.
That's what just happened.
I've never seen that in Fortress
I've
mode.
never seen it in Fortress either.
Hold on. I'm going to independent save. I just want to make sure that we keep that forever and ever. As I was saying, though, even in the big pit, I've had to, every level there was dirt, I've had to mine out the dirt and replace it with wood or whatever. It does not need to be smooth. You don't need blocks or anything. Though, I will say in the dirt layers, it's less material dependent as far as I found. It's a bit harder to identify what is or isn't. It's just dirt. Just mine it all out. Get rid of it. Clays and stuff should be usually fine, but it's much harder to deal with stuff in dirt. If you're on stone, though, stone's a different story. Aquifer is where the water table is in the stone. If you were doing smoothing, your dwarves have come by and closed all the holes with like the stone spackle. They've smoothed it all over. So a smooth stone will not produce the water anymore. You can kind of use this a bit to your advantage depending upon what you're trying to do. For instance, if you are somehow at the bottom of a 3-layer deep heavy aquifer and you smooth stone next to the bottom of it and you've like approached it, you could mine into the aquifer diagonally, even if the whole thing like was empty, so you had a reservoir to arrest the pressure of it, because we haven't gotten into pressure mechanics yet. There are uses for it. All you need to do is smooth the ones again that orthogonally are generating stuff. You can only tell, though, when you're in mining mode, that kind of blows. If you are going along a stone and the water symbols just kind of stop, then that means that whatever's in 2 is what's generating the water. Because remember, the water symbol tells you if a neighbor of it could be an aquifer. So if this stone is dry, it means not that this is the aquifer, but 2 in. Not even this one, 2 in. You want to get away from that stone as possible. This, while being 2 steps, is only 1 in from that stone. So this one is likely to be where your aquifer is. If this says this is dry, because otherwise this would be wet, this should be safe to mine. Unless there's an aquifer above it. No, yeah, we're good. This should be safe to mine because this one is going to be sandstone, and this is what's producing the aquifer issue. This is also sandstone, but this one was prevented because I smoothed it. So they're smoothing right now. They're getting all that good stuff out, and our water's being produced from behind. How do we have more? Oh my God, there was actually 2 things of aquifer here. I'm waiting for the water to evaporate and generate more. All right, are you coming back down to mine? Come on, buddy. Why do you keep running? Oh, because I did order smoothing. I was like, why do I see a guy down there? Go away. Go away, aquifer. Okay, there we go. So as we've seen here, so this, again, this one we knew was safe. We knew 2 away was dangerous, and sure enough, we've hit another sandstone. And we can see that this is going to be the aquifer. We're not going to get water there. We can't mine here because this neighbor is wet. So if we wanted to, we could mine around, or we could just right now smooth this sandstone. I'm going to choose to mine around it, and we should be fine in that regard. These are generating water. I've kind of interrupted it. This is kind of going a bit better. But my point is that because, oh no, actually, this has evaporated. This dried enough. We mined out the aquifer up above. You don't have to channel down. This layer, the floor between levels, is not an aquifer. Only a wall tile is an aquifer. So we mined it out, no water, no aquifer down below either. We're good because again, crystal, metal, gems, all that good nonsense cannot be aquifers. We did light aquifer, we did heavy aquifer, we did smoothing, we did that. I don't have a heavy aquifer. I would do the double slit method, but we don't have a heavy aquifer.
Yeah.
Like it's a light aquifer. It looks kind of goofy if you're just doing it in a dry run.
I mean, you could demonstrate it.
I could demonstrate. It just won't work.
It won't. Yeah, it won't show why. But if you're up for it, I'd be happy for you to demonstrate how the double slit method is undertaken.
I will try to get it through the light aquifer, but again, it's not gonna matter. This, if you're doing a heavy aquifer, this is a known way to kind of get through it. While we were doing this, though, the one thing I did kind of exclude earlier when we were talking about the water pressure and updates about the horizontal spread versus the vertical spread is a relatively well-known fact, but it should be stated that when I'm talking about those updates of teleportation and why I base that off the vertical pressure system is because, hey, they began their thing. Is because if you are doing it, hold on. If you are doing it off of diagonals, a diagonal will defeat water pressure. Just like how an aquifer works, water pressure, if I did this and that, water pressure only comes out the orthogonal sides. If this is the square of water, like reduce it down to a 1x1. If this is the square of water, this water is only updating that pressure through one of the four sides and also the fifth one vertically. It will not update the pressure diagonally. The water can flow that way, but pressure can't. So you can sit there and have a big old square of water. Just doesn't matter how big it is, doesn't matter how much water it is. If you pop that thing in its wall, this is a vertical slice, by the way. The water will all shoot down, shoot out. All of this will get translated to as far as it can reach inside your hallways, and your dwarf will die due to bludgeoning damage, and you will be fine. This is going to take a little bit of imagination here, but assuming it's still a vertical view, this isn't down, this is horizontally. I'm trying to mix a vertical to horizontal view. If you were to dig it out diagonally, water could flow, but this is only the sideways 7 overriding, like 7 and a 0 become a 4 and 3. It's only that sort of a flow. So that is supposed to be the actual calculation for the flow system, is the flow can do all 8 directions. The vertical system, much like the aquifer system here, goes down vertically, but then it only comes out in the cardinal directions. It does not transfer diagonally. If the open square, if this is an open square, like if you have an open square here, an open square here, an open square here, these are all 3x3s because I was in the 3x3 math. But let's say these are 4 squares. Then the water pressure will hit this because it's going through the lateral ones. Whenever you see water hit the map or hit a big open area, you will see a pressure wave like that, and then it'll be rounded. That was not a good circle. I pride myself on circles, and that was not a good circle. I feel kind of bad about that circle. Anyways, you'll see it actually come out with a leading edge, and it'll be off of one of the orthogonals. Will be a lot further than any of the diagonals. Where was I? I was doing something. Okay. So you wouldn't necessarily do it like this yet. It's supposed to be done off of channels. Saving unit. But I had to get down first to where the actual aquifer, the aquifer was. So this, ignore what I've done so far with the stairs. That's to get to where the water is.
Yeah.
All right, load up. Are you good? I don't think it's good. I'm joking. You'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Ooh.
Although it does seem to be taking a bit longer than usual.
No, I don't know why. It honestly does this sometimes.
I know why. It's because it's the first day of the new year. So it's looking at ages and things like that to see if anything's died of old age.
Makes sense. Okay, let's ignore what I already did. I don't know why I actually did so many stairs, because I knew I was going to have to do it down here. And we're going to try to mine into this. And we're going to, once we mine into this, we're going to pretend like we're up in the ground. As soon as the miner gets down here. Keep going. Come on.
And I just say thank you to Tekid for the raid. Hello, raiders. Welcome on in.
Hello, Takud. How goes it?
Yes, we're doing waterworks today. Tekid is joining me. I think, is it next week, Tekid? It's sometime soon.
Come on, all the way through. All right, here we go. We're going to assume that there's aquifer below us. I wanted to make sure that we actually had water.
Yeah.
This isn't going to fill up much. I just wanted there to be a danger of water going. So, assuming that this was actually on the first ground level, you're going into aquifer. You know there's an aquifer below you.
And you know it's a heavy aquifer.
And you know it's a heavy aquifer. You do not need to do this at all for a light aquifer. A light aquifer, as you can see, generates so little water. I just realized that the wetness I actually mined into is just more metal ores. I wanted there to be some water, but what you would do is you are mining out 2 squares, 4 things or 3 things apart. 1, 1, 2, 3 on that third one, like this. 1, 1, 2, 3. You do it so that you can have a screw pump in the middle. That's what you're going for. If you have made a silk vest, nice. If you have, oh yeah, that's everyone dying from old age.
Yeah.
If you have a heavy aquifer, like I said, there's a big benefit to it. It takes all the water pressure. Doesn't matter. It'll just absorb it. So the idea is to use a heavy aquifer against itself. Do I have the mechanisms for this? Screw pump. Pump to the right. It's access to a pipe section. Do I have an excess screw pump I don't need somewhere? No. All right. Well then, hold on. Let's undo some logs and make a pipe section.
You'll need 2, won't you? Yep.
We'll need 2. We'll need blocks. We need an enormous screw. It didn't complain about that yet, so we have at least 1, but we might as well get 2 more. I always forget what that one is. I usually do it out of metal. I forget where the wooden one is. Oh, apparently it's here too.
Yeah.
All right, we'll let those get built. So it's going to take us a little minute. We don't have the heavy aquifer here, unfortunately. And I've misplaced myself. That's the
just
cave.
So you go past it.
Yep, there it is. I was trying to get some water to fill in during the intervening. I got metal. Why do I keep scrolling too far? There we go. So if this was a heavy aquifer, we'd be filling up with water down here instead. And you would have a 7 out of 7 on the right, 7 out of 7.
And it would be 2 small lakes by now.
Yeah, it would be lakes. There would be 2s, 3s, 4s. They would be filling up rather rapidly. Oh, wait, is this the other drain? Oh, this is the other drain I was looking for way earlier. Found you. It would be filling up. You'd be filling up 5, 6 out of 7, and it's just too much nonsense to be working with. You would use this intermediate area right here as a screw pump, or not as a screw pump, to install 2 screw pumps. One here, both of them pumping from one side to the other. It matters not which side, just that they're both pumping in the same direction. Screw pumps pump so fast, as we saw earlier with the mist generator, that the water cannot fall. Like the water cannot go from 1 unit of 2 to 2 units of 1. Way too fast. So fast, it is faster than a heavy aquifer can possibly fill. So, let's see if my carpenter has gotten his stuff done. Screw pump. Go right. And I guess not, but he made one of them, so I'll use tower cap. Oh, no, he did. He did it out of tower cap. I didn't realize I had tower cap lying around, but okay. Tower cap. Alder, tower cap. I just assumed it's going to do alder out of both of them. So you would install them. Now, screw pumps, you've already been over this before. Fantastic machines. They don't need power sources. They can just be powered by dwarves. And for what we're doing, that's what you're going to be doing, because you're going to need to keep uninstalling these and reinstalling these based upon how many levels there are to the aquifer below you. You could have 1 level, you could have 32 levels of aquifer, fantastic aquifer to deal with. If you have 32 levels of heavy aquifer, chat, my advice is just to leave that map. That map is decided that you don't want to play there. That is too much effort. That is...
You've got a rock-filled ocean, basically.
Yeah, like, you're not on land. Like, you're just not. All right, our mechanic is still coming in. But as I was saying, what you would do is you'd be pumping from one side to the other. In this case, you'd be going counter to where it's pumping to. Well, not in this case, in all cases. You'd be going counter to where it's pumping to. And you are hoping that the layer you've mined into is stone. Because if it's stone, what you can do is you can sit there and order the stone to be smooth. Now, you don't need to do the diagonals. Again, the water is only forming orthogonally. Let me take that back. You don't need to do the outer diagonals because the water can only form diagonally. However, you absolutely need to do the inner diagonals because soon we will be mining through this center 2x2 of aquifer. When they smooth that out, this area will no longer be producing water. So, right when you're about to be done, when they've done all this, you mine out 1 square towards the middle. So it's the same as this. You're touching an aquifer again. I think I've got that right. I want to make sure I haven't screwed that up in my head. It's been so long since I've actually done a heavy one. Yeah, I think I always did it towards the inside. There was always one step I screwed up, like 2 layers in. Let them get done with that. Or if you wanted to, you could just mine one out, but no, you do it toward the inside. All right, once that's done, this is not generating any water, then almost don't even know why I ordered them to construct this, because now I need them to deconstruct it and flip it around. When you're done, you would deconstruct this. You would have a dwarf on each one manually pumping the whole time, and this would now be dry. You would deconstruct these and then reinstall them the opposite direction. Remember, this needs to be connected to an aquifer again. It needs to be. What you could also do, instead of digging one in, is to channel another one down. If you have a heavy aquifer below you again, well, then it'll just take the excess water and you won't have any water at this level. So, hopefully. Make sure, though, that if you channel down, like if I were to channel down this square, if that level below is not also an aquifer, it's going to be a pain. You don't want to deal with it. You're going to want to do the inside one, and just one. You're going to want to do the inside one because you're going off of capacity. You're going to go up, you're going to go over, uninstall, switch. Actually got a water in there. How nice. You're going to go over, you're going to do the same thing that you just did. And then you're going to smooth over the other one. Again, you really don't need to do the outside corners at all, but you definitely need to do the inside corners. If this is gone well. What you now have is no aquifer here, no aquifer here, and probably whatever your connecting square is, probably want to... Actually, no, because you'd have one here, so it doesn't matter. I'm sorry. I have to go back a square. Again, it's been so long. It's not been that long, but it's this base hasn't had a heavy one, so I haven't had to put this into practice. You want to smooth one of these. Once you've dug in, you've actually revealed this one and this one. You're going to want to smooth this before you switch. I'm so terribly sorry. To recap, when you've got this that's gone on, you've smoothed all of this. Before you switch, you're going to mine this. When you've mined that, or hold on, when it's just a 2x2, this is the state of your aquifers before you've done anything. Everything around you is wet. These are filling with water. You're going to go down, screw pump out the water from one side, and that'll allow you to dry up one of these.
Yeah, with the smoothing.
Yep, with the smoothing. And it's being pumped out the entire time. Before you switch, you're going to mine this out. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. We're going to go with this, but that's why I said to do the inside. I always get confused between the two methods. I was going to say, after you mine this out, make sure you smooth this, but you've already done it diagonally. So the thing I was worried about that I thought I got wrong, I didn't get wrong. I just didn't have anything visual to be seeing. You need to make sure it's connected. Screw pump this out to that side, to the left one. What's going to happen during this, I'm going to use ones to show this off, is this will fill with water and use this aquifer. Do not smooth this aquifer first. You're going to have a bad time. So order that separately. Smooth all of these so that they are now dry. And then maybe smooth that one.
And yeah, because that last tile there would be absorbing the water from the other side,
yes.
Correct?
Yep. So if you accidentally smooth that one first, you screw up the whole thing and you end up with too much water, which I've done that plenty of times. But what you've now gotten, this is important, is you're going to mine out these squares. You've got 3 squares of 7. You've got 21 units of water. You're about to mine out this square, that square, and this square. You got 21 units of water out over 16. So it's now drier. It's, you know what I'm saying? You're better off to go. There is a critical thing, because you're not going to have a 1 unit. How did I have it have a 1 unit? I always had a 1 unit floating around, and I'm not remembering what that is right now. You have water, but it's not bad. Because there's an important step here. If you have an aquifer below you, when you channel, the water will go away. No problem so far. You get a problem when there's suddenly no more aquifer below you.
Because there's nothing to absorb the water.
There's nothing to absorb the pressure.
Yeah.
And at that critical level, you just try to dig through 2, don't you? You dig all 4 down, and then you dig out wide. That's what I do. That's not what you're supposed to do. That's not the right way, but that's what I do.
But it would do. Yeah, because you just need to get through that last level then, don't you? I'm
trying to remember the normal way. I want to tell you guys the normal way. I don't want to give the RNGStrategist quick and dirty way. I'm trying to remember the last time. I always remembered after 2 levels, I ran into the same problem every time. But the quick and dirty way, this is not the preferred way. The quick and dirty way is if, like, side view, you've gone through level after level after level, and this has worked. And at some point, you've channeled down, and you realized that there's no aquifer there. However, if you've done the math, you had 21 over 8, meaning that you had 16, you had 8 of them at level 2, and you had 5 of them at level 3. When you channel one down, that square you just did will fill to 7. So you've gone from 21 to 14. That's where the 1 was always floating around. When you channel it down to investigate, this square below it will fill to 7. And that means up above, you now only have 14 units of water over 8 squares, which means there are ones floating around, and at some point it should evaporate. If you wish to be quick and dirty about it, though, you can just say, I don't really care anymore. And then
I'm
just
through. I'm down to solid stone. That's as much as I needed.
I'm down to solid stone. You channel out the next one over to take out any excess. There'll be 7 lying around. Again, I don't remember this being the correct thing. This is just my dirty way of doing it. All the water be out of the way. You'd have ones left over. Who cared? This is important. You do a stairwell through it to the level below. This level, this is vertical slice, remember. This was your last level of aquifer. This did not have an aquifer. If you go anywhere below an aquifer vertically, the aquifer will pour water on you. So when you've diverted your water to 2 squares on the left, you have enough water to be digging through. But this entire floor is scrapped. You dig through on the right side, and then you're free to dig out here, and you should be good. There is another way to do that, but that was always my quick and dirty, was just to dump the water off on one side and just dig through the other. But that's the quick and dirty way of doing it. Did that be clear? I could restart it from the beginning. I was slightly out of practice on that, and I believe I stuttered and repeated at some parts. Hopefully that was...
I think the important thing that, for anyone who wasn't following, how RNG is using the aquifer against itself is until the walls are smoothed on the slit, it's an aquifer, and so it acts as a sponge. So
yes.
You are so you pump from slit 1 to slit 2, so that slit 1 is water free so that the dwarves can get down there. Then you smooth the walls and it ceases being an aquifer. And the water that's been taken over to slit 2, the reason why that's not flooding everywhere is because an aquifer doesn't just exude water, it also soaks water. So it's slit 2 is full of its own water, but it's soaking up all of the water that's being pumped from pump 1. But then you've got to go and deal with slit 2. So the extra tile that RNG dug underneath was to get access back to the aquifer again, to make slit 1 have a little bit of aquifer access, so that when RNG reverses the pumps and starts pumping the water out of slit 2 back to slit 1, slit 1's still got access to a bit of aquifer. So slit 1 will start filling up again, but it's mostly smoothed. He can then go, he can use the pumps to empty out slit 2 and then go and smooth slit 2. And that's how that system works. So you're using the aquifer both as a sponge, and it fills up like crazy, but it just absorbs all of the water. So yeah, that's why you use 2 slits, one so that it absorbs the water of the other, and then you switch them around and absorb the water from the second one using the first one. But yeah, heavy aquifers, not something for not for your first aquifer.
Now, there's one important thing that needs to be done majorly different at shallow level. At shallow levels, instead of smoothing stone, because it's dirt, you got to mine it out and replace it with wood. So everything is basically the same, except you can't just run in there. You got to dig out even more area, so you're going to get a lot of water, and then you got to quickly replace it. So I would usually do a little at a time. I would run in there, like mine out the top and bottom, fill them back up with walls, mine out the outside, fill them back up with walls, mine one of these, fill that up with a wall, and then just mine that.
Yeah. And wood, because we are assuming that you've
Surface
just
level.
arrived, you haven't been able to get down to the stone.
Because of the aquifer.
Yeah, because of the aquifer.
Yep. All right. Trying to think. Heavy aquifer. And again, if it's a light aquifer, just do stairs. If it's a light aquifer, do stairs, smooth it over. If you start getting like, if you're doing a 2x2 stair, if the issue is when you're doing stairs, like this level you done a 2x2, this level you done a 2x2, this level you done 2x2, you done 2x2, and you've been smoothing. Make sure every level is smooth. At some point, if you get where you're digging the stairs, you get a 2 depth of water, you stop. You stop, you smooth everything or replace it with walls, and you wait for the water to evaporate. Because remember, if everything hits 2s, it won't evaporate anymore. And if you have, say, 30 levels of aquifer, it's going to start building up. Even if only 1 slips in here and there, it doesn't matter. Once you have 2s, they slip to 3s. Once you have 3s, they slip to 4s. Because what's going to happen is the first stair you mine is going to quickly shoot in with the excess water to 7s. Then the other one will divide it, and the other one will divide it, then the other one will divide it, so on and so forth. So once you start really getting into like the water and stuff, and if it's not evaporating, you're going to get to a point where they'll dig the thing, and then it'll be like, oh, well, the water's gone down there, and they'll dig it all. But then you won't be able to get into that bottom square because that will still be aquifer, and it's filling up, but it was already 4 deep in water. Like if you go through it, and then like the water shoots down, and you just get unlucky because you have to remember the level you're looking at. If it's an aquifer, it's generating water before you're there. So if you actually are like, well, it's 2 or 3 or whatever, and it's not causing problems, a 3 wave hits a dwarf, it can interrupt them. Or is it a 4 wave? Either way, there's a point where you don't want to be there. If the water is slowly building up, at some point you won't be able to go into the bottom floor. And once you can't go into the bottom floor, you've got a bad time because you won't be able to get in there to get rid of the wall. And now you just got a well. And great, you dug down 7Z levels and made a pit of water at the bottom of it. You could dig around out horizontally, dig down and try to dry it out like a drying field. But now you've dug out everywhere above you, and you revealed the aquifer above you with all the ceiling. Now you're going to have to dig out above that, and then dig out above that, and dig out above that.
And I think we know this because we've all done it at some point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of the 2 aquifers, heavy is the one that's the most dangerous. Light is the one that is the most
slow killer.
Is like the most punishing. Because once the light one, if the light one's gotten to a point where it exists and it's actually blocked you, you have to realize there's no way to fix a situation without actually making it worse.
I once had a light aquifer that I didn't realize was a light aquifer. I didn't realize I was digging through a light aquifer because it was winter and I was channeling down from the surface, and of course it was all frozen. Yep. So aquifers don't freeze the same way as a river does. It'll still produce. I will say you
have reminded me of another issue. But
go ahead. No, go ahead.
So I was going to say there is an issue with freezing biomes. It's not a bug or anything. It's a thing you need to be aware of. And this is how light aquifers, again, will kill you. This entire map right here, this entire square, I want everyone to just re-engross themselves with the size of this square. I nearly lost this entire square to a light aquifer. The problem is that this map can freeze in winter. I actually turned off temperatures so that I wouldn't have any issues because I'm not paying attention to like what the dwarves are doing during this and stuff. The issue is the light aquifer would pour out on the side, and there was multiple levels. Like I went through the light aquifer because I was like, I'm digging so big that it doesn't matter. It's like 2 or 3 levels in this particular area, so who cares? I'm so big. Look, it only reaches like 1/4 of the way in, so It's not a problem. It is a problem when your water freezes as a 1 out of 7. It becomes a full block. When that full block melts, it melts as a 7 out of 7.
And
so
that
if
was
your water,
what it was getting.
So when that water actually thaws, suddenly the bottom of your pit is 2 and 3 out of 7s, and you can't go anywhere. That's why this actually has 3 different drainage pits. And even like, because this drain was up, if you look, I can see all this because that's where it was built. This drainage pit is up here, but the drain's down here. Like, I actually had to do an emergency, oh my god, I flooded the map, triple drainage pit with some verticality built in, because this was actually into the middle of it. I've gone down a couple of levels. This was honestly out to here because I wasn't draining the water fast enough from up here, and it kept refreezing. Like, it was freezing faster than I could drain it because it wasn't drained, because there's no way to do verticality with this nonsense. So it would go from 7s and would slowly over the year drain down to like 4s, and it would just refreeze back up to 7s. Like, this whole thing was slowly filling up despite an active drain because of those awful aquifers.
And Tekka points out, not to mention instantly killing the dwarves who as it freezes over because they were joyfully mining the aquifer.
Oh yeah, that's so bad.
They thought they were paddling through slightly damp puddles that were only one level of water deep, and then it freezes, and it freezes over the tops of their heads.
Yep. I have been requested to point out that in the process of dealing with this aquifer and causing cave-ins and the freezing and stuff, that at some point we created a flying colony of honeybees. It is floating in the air and has never gone away. They are very strong bees. They spend their year keeping this thing aloft.
How bizarre.
It's our little mascot. The floating honeybee hive for the floating castle base.
Oh, the windmill. Aha.
Did I save and reload?
No. You've had seasonal saves. You didn't save... Oh, you've done saves, but you didn't do a reload, did you?
I don't think I did a reload. You know what? Easiest way to tell. Or I could just install another one. Let's say uninstall, reinstall. Door, machine, windmill. Or wait, hold on. No. Am I? No, I'm nowhere near the square that's underground. So either this has been patched or we did a load and I don't remember. But there was an idea. Oh, that one's in a bad place. There was an idea / question presented to me of, would it also not work if it was under a grate? Because the idea was that this should work until possibly we save it and load the map again.
Yeah.
But the question presented to me a while back is that still true if you load back in, but the thing above its central square is a grate, not a floor or a wall, i.e. not a construction. But I'm trying to think of what else is water. We've done light aquifers. We've done heavy aquifers. We've done water pressure. We really went over water
mist
pressure.
Generators.
We've done mist generators.
Drains.
We've done drains. Mm-hmm. We've done why you love verticality, i.e. diagonality. Yeah. I mean, look, this is still draining.
Yeah.
Like, you never want horizontal. Like, if there's anything anyone takes away from this today, is absolutely do not do anything horizontal with water. It will go nowhere fast. Only have horizontal pits of water if you're retaining the water, because it's very good at being retained. Like, look, this is so far back, it's evaporating out here. Like, there's an actual length limit to drainage. Mm-hmm. It's insane. Diagonality, horizontality, verticality. I did the dribbling. I don't know if that's a scientific term. That's just my term for it. Dribbling, the laminar flow nonsense. This is still slowly pouring out. Oh, well, it's not going to happen right now because this is closed. There is, I don't know what to call it. I'm going to call it a bug or a thing to be aware of. I think it's really just game mechanics kind of working slightly more than it's intended, but I've had it pointed out to me that it's essentially a pressure bug, and it's like a rounding error division multiplication bug. I don't know if I'll be able to get it to pull off in a reasonable amount of time. I should have thought of it earlier and switched these two around, but here's what it comes down to. At some point, if this is all filled, mm-hmm. This should be the low point. This is where the water is draining. Like, by definition, it should just be the low point. But you end up with this weird thing of whenever the water is entering the river, you know, water doesn't enter a river one level up, does it? It counts as being pressured as if it came from one level up, but it never goes back up. So when this 7s are all the way out, like the 7 from back here is kind of updating all the way to the front whenever new water comes in. Whenever you've split the water like I've done here, the water when it's being updated is being updated to the furthest point out, which ends up being split evenly left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Well, if you've done something like this ends up meaning that your points are here and here. So you should have kind of like a circular gradient thing going on. But when the water is flowing, it'll be like a 7 and it'll split to a 4 and a 3, and it'll be a 7, it'll split that to like, it'd be a 4 and a 3, but it's covering the 4. So you can get like some high numbers, you know, coming from both sides because it's kind of reinforcing. And it'll go in and out of this weird cyclic rate where I call it the pressure wave, where all of a sudden, like along one of the walls, it's like a 5 or something. And somehow this is the signal where all of a sudden, because the numbers are kind of high on both sides, they all just automatically update into 7. So you'll end up with a period, if you're doing a waterfall like this, where you have super high pressure, and this is fully filled with 7s, and it's just shooting out. It's not out here, but it's just here. And it's just shooting out 7s. And then at some point, it'll go back to a normal flow, and you'll just see a low point in all the high area around, shoot all the way back up to 7s again. When I was doing this on my stream for this, the original water flow, not this system, the original waterfall generator worked perfectly, but only during these high pressure wave scenarios. Whenever the water went back to regular pressure, it wasn't working half as well. And this is with it being the only drain. Like this was closed, this was closed. The only way it was coming out was over here. I'm hoping that we can get it to refill and do what I was talking about, but I can't guarantee it. I just know it happens where it cycles through high pressure and low pressure situations. And I think it's because of high numbers like riding the back wall, though I admit I do not know the full science behind that. I've only experienced it a few times, and every time it requires you to have like this circle structure for it to work. But at some point you seem to be able to generate extra pressure from a river than you should normally be able to pressure. Have you ever experienced this at all, Sal?
No, I haven't. I haven't had a design where I would have experienced that.
That makes sense.
Or at least I don't think. Yeah, nothing comes to mind.
Like I said, I'm fairly certain it's just because it's circular and the pressure is being updated from both sides. But at some point, like you can go 10 minutes, it won't happen, or you can sit there and watch it happen. Stay constant for 30 seconds, turn off for 10, and then stay constant for 30 again. It just seemed like I think it's like a rounding error. It was described to me as being as a known thing and caused by a rounding error of 2 higher numbers hitting each other or something. But I don't know that where the source of that from. I do not like. I don't know what the veracity, the truthfulness of that actually is. But I do know that while I do not know the reason for it, it is an effect that happens.
It would be interesting to see. Do you need to fill your entire ring moat up for it to begin?
I don't need to fill. So here's the thing. That's kind of the question. Yes, but no. It's not that I need it to fill up for it to happen. It's if it's able to fill up at all, it has happened.
Right.
It shouldn't be able to fill because we're draining.
Yeah.
And you never really see the effect at the end of a river. There's always a little gradient of water pouring off the river. Oh. This is so not even when this was brought up. This would have been way important later, earlier. If you were doing a system to drain the river at the source of the river, not the exit. It doesn't do you any good to drain the river really fast from the exit. The best way to do is look at both sides of the river, and whichever river has like 4, 5s, and 6s on it and not pure 7s, the one with 4, 5s, and 6s is the drain. The one with pure 7s is the entrance. If you build this on the wrong side of the river, it's not going to do you any good. Doesn't matter how fast you drain, you're at the wrong side. It's a little bit of information, but it should have been. So like we should see for a while that this should have an issue filling, because it can't necessarily pressure this way because this is always a low point. And this will slowly climb around, and under normal conditions, you'll see like a gradient right here around the drain. But then all of a sudden it'll just shoot up to 7s, and it'll stay 7s for a while. You can also tell, if you're sitting there watching this slowly fill, you can also tell when all of a sudden you're dropping 2s and 3s and you get a little bit here when all of a sudden you start seeing a lot of water hit the map. Like I said, it's just weird.
I wonder if it's because it's not directly opposite. So is it because one side is closer to the drain?
That might be it. But again, I couldn't say for certain.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we might be able to see it happen now because we see forest coming.
Yeah.
We might be able to see it happen now because this should not be able to have high numbers. But what I'm talking about, if it's in effect, you'll see solid 7s shoot all the way across. Like, we're kind of getting pressure to go across it now.
Yeah, pressure's going in the wrong direction for your ordinary drain, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I don't know if we're in this state yet, but you are right. We are starting to see just 7s and stuff here, but we shouldn't be. This isn't quite what I'm saying, though. What I'm talking about is it will stay solid. And you're just like, what is going on? So the fact that we're seeing any number at all means I don't think it's actually happening right now, but we are pressuring past it, which we probably shouldn't be able to do right now.
I'm very curious about what's going to happen next.
Yeah. You know, if I had thought, I don't know why, I thought that I got rid of the thing that was basically designed to show this exact mechanic, but I got rid of it because the system depended on the mechanic. So I was like, clearly this is a failure. Get rid of it, not being like, clearly this is a good example of this in action. Because this worked like quite regularly off of this system. Not that this is any different, but that's the one that I had a lot of water flowing through it. So I kept seeing it happen over there. You could see like the pressure, I'll say the pressure wave.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with the actual water wave that happens when you're looking at the numbers and stuff. By the way, for those of you who don't like looking at the numbers, probably should have done that at some point just for the... But yeah, we really shouldn't be having that many 7s there, but that's not quite what I'm talking about. Let's see if once it fills up, if it drains out regularly, and then we see what I'm talking about. Because I think it might have, because like now we're actually seeing a lot of the 6s and stuff around here. So it might have been happening earlier, maybe. But I think just the regular drain system over here filling up was also constantly interrupting it.
Yeah.
But like that alone, like we shouldn't be seeing 7s there. But right now it's kind of the only drain anyway, so it doesn't matter. All right, okay. You're getting close to filling up.
Yeah, it's nearly there.
Yeah, see how fast that one's starting to go? It's still coming out, but just every now and then. It's hard to describe. I sound like a crazy person bringing a car into the mechanic. It makes the noise. Did you hear it? It started to make the noise, you know? Like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean it started to make the noise? Did it or didn't it? Watch, this is just going to have gone on so long the whole time it's going to be in the state I'm talking about. Are you kidding me? The game finds ways to make us wait. The game finds ways to teach us patience so that we may learn to not.
Well, while we're just waiting for it to finish filling up, I can tell you about... I mentioned earlier I've got a story to tell.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah. So on what I will do every so now and then, I come across a story that I've dug out of Legends. And
Okay.
it was it last week we had Daztastic on? And
Okay.
we Daz had me generate a world that was full of evil. And we noticed
Yes,
that
because you guys were doing How to Embark in an Evil.
yeah. We noticed a huge cluster of towers around a bunch of human areas, and Daz was quite intrigued as to what was going on over there. So, and I said, I'll have a look into it and see if I can see any stories there. Well, I did. Yeah, Daz Tactic, not Daz Tastic, indeed. I keep getting that wrong. I did find an interesting story. It does sort of relate to what was going on with towers being generated, and I learned something new. And it was about human towers in particular. And it turns out it's not strictly necromancers as we would think of necromancers.
Okay.
So I've got...
Such as?
I'll read the story in a moment. Let's just have a...
Okay.
We'll go back to my screen in a bit. And I've got the story up. I'll show it in Legends.
Hold on. I actually suspect that we're in a pressure wave situation now. Because if I were to lower that gate and open it, we would have like 6s around it. We wouldn't have necessarily 7s. But you see how these are like reaching out far, like a bit? Like I said, it's hard to describe when I'm wanting it to, but there should be a low point, and this is just staying filled. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I'm seeing the 6s shooting out.
Yeah, and then, but it's not doing it enough, so I feel like I'm insane. Hold on. I'm going to show you the difference because I think that we're actually in a high pressure state. I'm going to arrest this. You know, weirdly enough, perhaps this actually has something to do with the, you know how you're talking about like the brook pressure thing?
Yeah.
I wonder if an artificial thing, if it's like somehow causing a similar issue.
Oh, maybe.
Because when this is pulled, it should be a noticeable drain across the entire pressure system. And now it's not going to do it. Are you kidding me? It's harder to show when I've only got 1 active, but when it is in play, even if you have 2 active, the whole thing 7s. Because it shouldn't be that high, but I might be thinking that because when I did the math, it's when I had both going on at once. So I might just not have enough drains right now for it to work, which is obnoxious, but oh well, that's on me. I got rid of the thing thinking it a failure, not thinking it wasn't a failure. It was just good at doing something wrong.
That's such a good way of looking at things. It wasn't a failure. It was just good at doing something I didn't want it to do.
All right, we're going to try to drain this out. Let's see if I can get it to a normal... It's not doing it. I'm just going to look crazy. Normally, when they're... I'm going to guess it's when they're both going. When they're both going, the water behind it should be relatively low because the water should be choosing this first and this first. This is where your things should be. And then at some point, the water would reach around it. Like you get high numbers back here. It would like just creep along the edge. And then it would like almost make a seal. And then once that happened, this would quickly pressurize between the two, and you'd have high water again. And then at some point, the water would go back to regular, and you would see like normal number, like 5s, 4s, and here. And then this would kind of go down in the intermediate. And then, then you'd see 7s. I gotten it to work by itself, too, because I had so much, because this was designed differently. Oh, my God. Is it because it was designed differently? Why did I not? Oh my God, I'm an idiot. The other system was designed not with the floodgate internal, but with the floodgate external. The original floodgate on the right, because I didn't want it to dribble. By the way, that's one of the reasons why I actually ended up moving this down. Yeah, that's not working anywhere under. I wonder if they patched that.
Yeah,
Anyways,
so it looks like we do need to see the sky for a windmill to work.
I didn't want it to dribble on the right side. At the initial design was that they were on the same level. I didn't want it to dribble like this one, because if I build a wall here to stop the dribbling, it connects, defeating the purpose of a floating disc. So before I lowered this, in order to prevent the dribble, I had a thing set up where here in the middle, hold on, up, somewhere around here, up, side, middle, there. Right here, instead of having, or no, it would be one up. Instead of having the floodgate here, I believe I had it out there. I think I had it moved out by one.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if that's what caused the intermittentness. Like if this, because this is clearly just regularly not having the issue at all. And this one kept having like the low points. I'm wondering if that's what it was. Never noticed the difference. That might be it. But either way, there was still an odd situation. I can't get it to trigger now, but there was an odd situation where the whole circle would pressurize and then half of it wouldn't be pressurized. And then the whole circle would pressurize again. It was very weird. The issue is not that it's not pressurizing. It's that I'm not draining enough water to depressurize it to show the pressure waves. So I can't cause the problem for the glitch to fix.
Lunatic's got an interesting suggestion. Suggests that Dwarf Fortress may not be updating 7s to save resources. So only the ones adjacent to the flowing gates are being pressurized down to 6s, but the 7s around the inner edge are not being updated, and therefore skipped in the updates in order, essentially allowing the pressure wave to skip past an area of low pressure, so long as there's a link of high pressure 7s around it.
That could be it. Like I said, when it was described, it involved high numbers and stuff. That could be what it was. It would have been interesting to show. I wish I could cause it again. A human caravan has arrived. But that's just, it looks like, man, I should have thought about that. I apologize, chat. I should have kept that there to show you guys. It looked interesting when it happened, though. Like I said, the whole right system was basically dependent on the pressure wave because it needed enough water to go out that it was able to keep filling the thing. Whereas when there's only one, it looks like it's getting enough water no matter what anyways. But if you had both of them running, it could not do that. And then all of a sudden the whole, like, you'd be like, oh, and then 7s all the way across, and then it would be like, they'd be shooting out or not that far, but it'd be high numbers again, not just kind of pouring. But I guess you can't pull it off with, I mean, weird thing, like we're keeping these pressures, but it's still kind of flowing back here. Actually, in this case, if that were happening, it's not happening, but if that were happening, it would show by this 7ing out all the way to the end. Like the idea being that one of the drains is not influencing pressure at all is kind of the effect of it. Oh well, sadness. I do not have a. You know what's going to happen though is that now I'm going to want to do a College of Dwarfology video. I'm going to want to sit there and recreate that purposefully to be like, this exists. It's not a conspiracy theory.
It wasn't my insanity. Look, see, it's true. It's happened.
It's true. It happened. But is there, I'm trying to think if there's anything else to water. I know a couple of these for some reason I wasn't remembering at the beginning, but I'm trying to remember if there's anything else involving water we need to discuss.
No.
The only thing I can think of, and it's not much of a discussion, is the pressure. If you cause a problem, if you have like a massive reservoir and then you pop it.
We're looking top down here, aren't we?
No, this is side
Oh,
view.
cross section. Okay.
Yep, sorry, cross section view. I should have declared that. Is if you have a giant thing of water and you're at the bottom of it, your dwarf's dead. He's going to hit the wall so hard that he's going to die.
Yeah.
But my point is, what I'm trying to get at is that this math is doable. Any and all math where you're doing anything where the water presses up across large squares, the math, it's just there's no crazy science behind it. Like with everything else I've been saying, as hard as that is to believe, if you're taking water from somewhere and all things being equal, like other than the transference, the water is only going to fill what the water is going to fill. Which I know, like, obviously, but if you just break it down, things can make sense. This is actually a bit too low for what I'm trying to do. I don't have a thing here set up for it, but if you're doing, say, a drowning pit at your entrance, and you've done the water pressure, say to there, you've done the water pressure correctly, because the water pressure is going to itself -1 or whatever, it's not entirely accurate, or I should say that's not right. It is entirely accurate. If you set something up to flow from one to another, you can use the idea of pressure, whether or not you're doing this system or whether or not you're doing that system and just feeding it directly, can yield different results. It's where the water is bubbling up. It is not where the water is going. If you are in regular physics and everything's connected, you can kind of the Heron's flask. I'm basically trying to point out Heron's flask doesn't work. There's no air physics in Dwarf Fortress. So if anyone's learned stuff off of physics, such as the Heron's flask, and you can use air pressure to move water and the water to move the air pressure, this is going to balance out to pressure correctly. If, however, you've somehow done up water, if somehow you've done up water so that it comes up a different location, done up water a different location, you can get it to come up and come over, and you could think that this will be fine. If, say, for instance, this wasn't connected all the way through, but was connected down below using that diagonal system to break the pressure or something, you can interrupt the pressure. Like this is only, if this is your connection, this is only 3 levels of pressure if this is connected. Hold on. I realize I mentioned Heron's flask and then went a slightly different direction with my metaphor. I'm sorry. But this is only going to fill this to so much. The water you're losing here is the water you're there. If this is too high and you have water going and it's up there, it's not going to all pressure through. I think I'm losing my metaphor.
I understand what you're getting at there.
Yeah. I know. I'm saying it so badly. Let me break this down to two things. I think I'm trying to do 2 things at once, and that's what's causing the problem. 1, you have a small reservoir that is high. Small reservoir that is high is going to fill a large reservoir that is shallow to a lower level than where it started, because you have the exact quantity of water. This isn't going to shoot up some crazy amount. If you've done your math, you don't have to calculate every unit of 7 water. Oh, that was the wrong button. You don't have to calculate out all that water to try to see if it's going to be safe or what the pressure is. Just fill it and then calculate the squares of water. This math can be simple.
Yeah.
This is not going to overflow here because there's too much. Secondarily, if somehow this is connected to a different system, here we go. If this is connected to a different system with a differing amount of water coming out of it, it does not matter. I've done this backwards. It does not matter what the water is, or even necessarily if they are connected. If the pressure between those two are separated, this cannot shoot through the left side and come back the wrong way if you've done a very simple, hold on, that's one too far in, pressure break. You just do that. You don't even need to be that much, but that's a pressure break. Water can flow through, but it cannot rush through. So you can have a massive reservoir here, fill a smaller reservoir, If you're doing a water trap, because this is when I always do this, is when I had a drowning trap in my entrance. You can have a large reservoir, because I also had this fill my hospital system. You can have a large reservoir, carefully fill a small reservoir, and use that to fill whatever your thing is. If this is also connected to it, these don't add together. This will only pressure to a certain amount. This is your big source. You're not going to have this water pushing air or anything like that. If this doesn't have the water pressure, they don't equalize. I keep going into physics, and that's not what I'm trying to say.
Chat's just said, draw a Minecraft creeper face to lower water pressure. Got it.
No, you're completely right. Water pressure is scared of Minecraft creepers. It has no clue what to do with them. But if you're connected diagonally, water pressure can't go through because water pressure counts orthogonally.
Indeed.
It is possible to have one major reservoir filling multiple medium reservoirs, and you can use those reservoirs to feed a hospital or whatever you're doing, because this is how I used to do my base traps. You can have this dump into the entryway to drain the water, and you can set it up to where these both drain in together if you need extra lethality. But just because they are connected, just because they are connected does not mean that the pressure is actually going through them. Who is he chasing? Who's Zerico chasing? Zerico is chasing Melville. All right, Melville, you're getting interrogated. Melville. He did it. Interrogate him. Sal, do you have any... Sal, you say you know what I'm talking about. I feel like I've just gone too long and I can't describe things in this point. I think we're going to watch my criminal do his best to pass the treasure off to Melville while I drag Melville in for... He already passed it off. You passed it off while I was dragging him in. Why did you do that? Why did you do that? This man's never getting out of jail. Why would you do that? He's screaming no the whole time. Still pass it off to him. Why? Why would you do that?
There's a treasure involved in the story I've got to tell, actually.
Please do.
Okay.
I think I've gone on for very long, and the last important thing I'm describing, I'm doing it poorly.
And we've only got about 10 minutes left to go anyway. So yeah, we'll switch over to my screen, and
all right.
And I'll tell you a story. Let me just move yours. Hang on. Actually, I need to move you over onto my other screen. There we go. Move you over there.
All right. I hope you'll bear with me a minute as I stay on my screen to arrest this guy.
Yeah, of course. And I'll just set it up so that... right, my screen is available to you if you want it. Let me...
Yep. Give me... Because I have to click on your thing to redo it.
Yep.
I will get that working in just a second. Sneaky bastard. The bad dude on my screen literally hopped over the entire castle and was making a break for it.
Oh dear.
But I locked the door in his face, so he's going to jail now.
There we go. You'll be able to see my screen when you're ready.
Yep. Okay. There we go. I didn't want to lose my artifact.
Of course.
I'm going to stop sharing screen with you, and then I'm going to watch your screen. I'm going to maximize your screen. And then I believe I'm going to click this. Is this what I'm showing on my chat?
You should see legends.
Yep, I see legends. I'm trying to make sure my stream is showing your legends.
Yeah.
They say we see legends. Fantastic.
Good. Okay. So the premise behind the reason why I was digging into this is because we were seeing all kinds of weird things happening with towers popping up in human areas. And while we're used to that, usually it's the dwarves that start the necromancy and then the humans get involved in it. And this was an area where there was no dwarves, it was all humans. And that's unusual to see a sudden set of human towers. So I went digging into it. And yeah, I found something. This is something I didn't know about. And it's about a different form of human necromancy.
Okay.
And so the story starts with Specut Rise Pieces, who was a human mummy. She was born in the year 30. And now, interestingly, she seems to be quite an important character in her particular civilization. She started off as a hunter of great beasts, and she's gone around, she's got involved in various things. She became an animal trainer, and then she became a general of the Big Earthen Empire. The Big Earthen Empire is a human civilization.
Yep.
She's got involved in more competitions, so she's generally a good citizen. And she trained.
Can we just address that she tamed polar bears?
I was going to say she tamed polar bears at one point, indeed.
Okay, everyone, do not learn from Specut. Do not approach a polar bear. You're not feed it.
Yep, she's been out there taming polar bears, and but generally leading a good life. And she fought in lots of battles on behalf of the Big Earthen Empire. She's gone places. She tamed the giant great horned owls of the Unbridled Hill.
Nice.
Indeed. In fact,
I feel like it's a bit of a step down from polar bear. But,
I don't know. These are giant great horned owls. So this is
dire or not, owls are very slow. Polar bears are very kill.
Yeah, but these are giants. So this is from the savage.
Just big floofs. They're just big floofs.
I mean, you know how the untamed wildernesses are these days in Dwarf Fortress.
I mean, every elven assault on me has tons of dire jaguars and stuff. I don't put much faith by dire.
No, not dire, giant.
Well, I'm sorry, I have D&D term for it. It's
okay.
Giant and dire.
Yeah, she's fought in all kinds of wars. She's been successful. She's had a marvelous life. She's been important to this civilization. We see nothing going wrong. Now this is where things start getting a little bit interesting. She must be quite elderly by now as well. An assault on Wonder Glacier. Wonder Glacier is a forest retreat. It's an elven retreat.
Okay.
And she's stolen an item. Well, she's looted it.
Molten Kingdoms, a factional pantomime?
It's part of the spoils of war. And she's offered that to Fensast Stray Escorts, who is the leader of the Big Earthen Empire.
Okay.
Fensast, he's important. Actually,
now, is this just like a regular book, or what is this?
It is a spiked. I think it was a bronze disc or something. Well,
okay.
In a moment. Bit more fighting, but yeah, she's given it to her leader. Bit more fighting, more good stuff going on, more being an upstanding citizen, making friends amidst the horror of combat, get married, settle down in plum juggles, which has got to be one of the funniest names I've seen. It just makes me giggle all the time. And 14 more battles.
Oh, by the way, my map is called Bald Canyons.
And then in the year 102, she's died of old age, having lived a marvelous life that has been spent in in duty of her leader,
Yep.
to the extent where she was entombed in the fabulous crypt in the tomb of Moistness Conjure. So it takes a fair amount for humans to give somebody their own tomb. And you'll see this out in the world map. There are various tombs around the place. And it's nobles
So
that
it's not
get
like
buried
part
there.
of like a city or something? It's like a separate map?
It's a separate location, but it's owned by that civilization.
Okay.
And yes, entombed there. And we want to have a quick look at Molten Kingdoms, the factional pantomime that was stored there. So yes, a legendary giant bronze axe blade,
Okay.
which was stored with her. So in the
Okay.
year 102, when she died and was given her own place in the tomb, the artifact was also stored there.
Okay.
Now, what happened then was after she was buried in the tomb of Moistness Conjure, interestingly, at this place, there was a bunch of people settled there. There was a dwarf, a couple of goblins.
Who doesn't live in their local tomb? I
Tomb,
mean,
yeah,
so
it's like people living in a graveyard. There's some people went and settled in the graveyard. They don't seem to be a particular problem. But yeah, she was entombed there, and then the artifact that she'd looted, her spoils of war, was also buried with her. And this tomb was important enough that Fensast was eventually entombed there in his own crypt. And everything is fine until 21 years after she was buried, we get another group. The humans Derlu, Kawi, Suku, Shenye, and Ozzy Spicy Hair.
Oh, he is my favorite.
Ozzy Spicy Hair made a journey to Moistness Conjure, and Ozzy Spicy Hair decides to leave with Molten Kingdoms.
See, I knew he was my favorite. He's got main there.
Yeah, he's gone and stolen this great treasure, which had been laid to rest with our upstanding human general. And as a result, he's disturbed the fabulous crypt, which has caused Specut to rise as a human mummy. So Specut was disturbed from eternal rest by Ozzy Spicy Hair and became a mummy. Now, what happens then is the group of people who live in the tomb now form a group called the Green Blizzards. So the Green Blizzards is a human group that live in the tomb, and they're led by Specut. Now, Specut is no longer an upstanding human. Specut now is some kind of crazed creature.
Yeah, it's a mummy.
Yeah, indeed. We even see that. Actually, it might have been in Ozzy Spicy Hair. If we have a look at Ozzy Spicy Hair,
it said the mummy raised a dead butcher as a mummy.
Yeah. The Specut was bent towards supernatural vengeance upon Ozzy. It's
obviously.
Yeah, there's bad things are gonna happen.
So what you're
from
saying
this.
is this is the plot to the Mummy 3. He found a way to spoil it without getting in trouble. Or 4. I don't know which one they would be on now.
And so what's happening now is the Green Blizzards are attacking all kinds of places. They're going out to. They've attacked a human hamlet. They've gone to. They attacked the human hamlet, and then now the influential nation who is a civilization of humans, the big earthen empires, a civilization of humans, and the full realms who are a big civilization of humans.
Trying to just put down the.
They've all got together because what happens after Specut is disturbed from eternal rest and becomes the master of the green blizzards and is bent towards supernatural vengeance on Ozzy Spicy Hair, Specut becomes, well, Specut starts corrupting everybody.
Yeah.
Shoot squids, plum juggles, there's... and even her ex-spouse, Emtha, starts getting in on it.
I gotta do this at some point too. We have a name that keeps coming up. It's Old Neocole, and we have, but they corrupt so many people to try and steal from us and to overthrow our government.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah.
Why? What did I ever do to you?
So Specut and now her ex-spouse, capable and connected lieutenant, Emtha, is causing all kinds of trouble in the area. And yeah, so then there's this big battle where all three of the human civilizations get together to go and put down the problems at Moistness Kunja, and they actually destroy the entire tomb.
I'm losing a bit of fidelity on the text.
Okay, no worries.
It came back in. All right, continue. I'm sorry. It went blocky.
Yeah, every so now and then it'll do that, won't it? So yeah, Specut is the tomb has been destroyed. Specut has been arrested and has been imprisoned
By the Coalition
by
of
the
Urns.
Coalition of Urns.
Oh, that's ironically awful.
Isn't it just? The Coalition of Urns is part of the Influential Nation, one of the three civilizations that was attacking. And so Specut was taken to late forests, which is part of the Influential Nation.
Okay.
It's where the Coalition of Urns is stationed. So of course Specut is imprisoned there, and then eventually, after 8 years, is loose within the area. So it must have been let go at that point, and starts causing trouble again. Starts recruiting people to act on plots and schemes, plotted to infiltrate the influential nation to prepare a coup. All kinds of shenanigans going on. But after a while, and we see this with necromancers, Specut has aroused general suspicion in late forests after appearing not to age.
Makes sense.
And then...
Not, them wrapped up in mummy bandages or anything like that. No. Age is what does it.
And is persecuted. And as a result, develops a deep hatred of Dax Stabteach, who is the leader of the group at Late Forests. And so fled to the Roasted Dunes, where Specut then becomes the boss of the Exits of Gold. So the Exits of Gold is a human group. So this is independent now of any of the civilizations. It's an independent group living out in the wilds.
Yeah.
The Exits of Gold construct Domain Blush, which is a tower. Now, there is no secrets of life and death involved here. There's no slabs. There's no necromancers involved.
Just a mummy.
Just a mummy that's been raised from the dead because the tomb was disturbed. And as a result, a tower has popped up. And if we then look at what goes on with the Exits of Gold, they're attacking Doomcolor, which is a goblin dark pit. They are attacking Urge Tattoos, which is a human hamlet. Secret Cloisters, a human hamlet. Mopped Seers, another hamlet. They're attacking all kinds of places. They're defeating a lot of them and taking them over as well.
Makes sense.
So the Exits of Gold, this human group that have their own tower, now own Doom Colour, Urge Tattoos, Secret Cloisters, Mop Seards, Romanced Cloisters, rather a lot. But then in the year 210, let's go down. They are attacked again. So we get the Earthen Empires, the Full Realms, and the Big Earthen Empires get everybody together, and they go and attack the exits of Gold, and they destroy the tower. So we'd seen these human towers popping up and disappearing on the map, and it seems that all of the human civilizations were just getting together and destroying the towers. But
you know what would be a fantastic mod?
What?
Well, like I'm not doing a side thing. Just is if there was a button in Legends mode to just let it go another year.
Oh yeah. It's like what happened
You know
next?
what I mean?
What
To
happened
just let
next?
Legends mode be a time.
Indeed. Yeah. So Specut, if we go down to the year 210, Specut's still around, by the way. Yeah, so during the battle in the year 210, Specut is bringing back all kinds of people to be once rested butchers, and ends up being captured after the tower's destroyed, and then is taken to branded labours. And in branded labours, again, starts doing shenanigans, but this time Specut was spotted by ongoing surveillance as the plot unfolded, and so was convicted of bribery by the Primitive Wheels. The Primitive Wheels are a dwarven group. So it was actually a bunch of dwarves who managed to get hold of Specut at this point and imprisoned her for a term of 10 years in branded labours.
They should have done longer. My guy's getting prison.
Yeah, your guys are getting in prison for a long time. And then, yeah, more shenanigans, more attempts at assassination. Until eventually, Specut's decided to become a dancer and has become a captain of the guard of the Primitive Wheels, but is still there and is still causing issues to this day.
Yeah.
I thought, so this is something that was new to me.
That's good to know, yeah.
Not all of the towers are generated by necromancers, and not all of the risen dead are risen by necromancers as we'd know them. If you go digging around in tombs, you can
also
disturb the dead and generate more necromancers, but as mummies.
More undead, yeah.
Yeah. And this was new to me. I didn't realise that this was a thing. I've never come across it before.
Mummies. I've never been attacked by.
Yeah, I've looked into the history of mummies and I've never found. I've never seen this. I've seen a mummy being generated because a tomb was disturbed, and as a result, the mummy was generated and a battle ensued. I've seen that in adventure mode, and I've seen it in legends mode after I've gone and raided a place. I've never seen this where the mummy has then started raising dead of their own and has gone and built a tower and has started becoming a corrupter of civilization. It's
maybe those mummies just didn't want it bad enough. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess so. But yes, I thought I would tell this little story of Specut. So there we go.
I've got a few interesting things on that. It's not that much. I have an interesting thing on my current world, which is somehow I made allies with the nearby civilization of humans, and then they went to war with the elves near me, so now I'm at war with elves, so they fight. But the elves near me are also at war with the goblins, so goblins near me have declared peace on me. So I'm at peace with the goblins, at war with the elves. The humans like me. I went on the wrong side of the map, and the dwarves don't know who I am.
That's hilarious, isn't it?
So I've got everything backwards. I'm like, I don't know what everything. Oh, also, that prisoner right before we went over. They put him in the cage with the peach-faced lovebird, so they're both prisoners together in the same cage because necessary.
The full story it comes down to the end.
It's come all the way back around. The peach-faced lovebird brings peace to all.
Indeed. And well, RNG, we are about out of time now.
Yep.
It's been...
I feel like we got a lot of information. I admit I kind of right there at the very end. I the sauce, but hopefully with my meandering, we were able to give it out.
I think so. It's been an absolute delight to have you, of course. And yeah, if ever we need to dig deep, I mean, this is a deep dive episode. This is a deep dive session, and you dove deep for us. I'm very grateful for it. I learned stuff, and I thought I knew pretty much everything there was to know about water, and I learnt more. So it just goes to show sometimes you just don't know what you don't know until somebody tells you about it.
Yeah. Oh, that happens to me all the time. I'll have people chat. I'll have people come and chat, be like, well, why aren't you doing this? And I'll go do it. Which
yeah.
I probably should have put that out near the beginning of the thing during the self-introduction. By the way, if anyone wants to come on by, I do experiments and stuff for chat. Like I'll help people with their bases and stuff, and we'll come up with ideas for things for me to do in experiment.
Indeed. Why don't you tell everybody where they can find you on Twitch and when you stream?
Yep. I am on Twitch under the username RNGStrategist, one word. You can find me on YouTube under 2 different channels. RNGStrategist is where I do the College of Dwarfology YouTube videos, and RNG Archive is where I store the VOD of everything I am doing on Twitch.
Ooh, I'll make a note of that, and I'll put that in the link when the YouTube video eventually goes up. RNG Archive.
I do super mega projects, and in the intervening time, because they always take an unnecessarily large amount of time for things to get done, I address chat's questions or like about their bases and stuff. Like I try to be a helpful educator is kind of my main thing. I stream Saturdays, Mondays, and Wednesdays from 4 p.m. Eastern to midnight. Right now, Dwarf Fortress is on every day, though before Steam release and coming up at some point, at least one of the weekday streams will be like a fantasy RPG or like RTS game. And other than that, though, Dwarf Fortress, no matter what's happening, like the Saturday day is Dwarf Fortress day. The only thing that overrules that is either a birthday stream or Halloween when I'm doing like, other than Dwarf Fortress guaranteed on Saturday. And it's right now, it's also been on Monday and Wednesday, but at some point in the past and at some point in the future, there will be RTS and an RPG game on Monday or Wednesday.
Indeed. For the people who are in chat at the moment, let me just make sure I'm in the right... Make sure I'm in the right account. Yes, I am.
I'm sorry, one last thing. I don't mean to interrupt. I also have been working on a script. I'm trying to hammer out the edges of this. And I'm going to see if I can come up with a medium neutral system, because right now I have it working on mixes. But I run a script on my channel to have Twitch integration, and I've almost got it all the way through, where people can, you use your, like, it's only one Twitch, but to claim a dwarf, and the script keeps track of whether or not you're alive. And then if you have a dwarf, you can then be able to request to be in the military, and it keeps track of how many slots I have for the military available.
Cool. I've just given you a shout out on the Kit Fox chat. So anybody who is watching the stream at the moment, go follow RNG.
Hello, everyone.
And right, we shall leave it here. Thank you for joining me, RNG. And
now, are we doing a joint raid of someone, or what is?
Well, you're still live, aren't you?
Yep.
Why don't we go raid you?
Oh no! I streamed till midnight.
Oh, you're done.
Because we were doing it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's go do a joint raid. Let's go see who we've not raided for a while.